To do you creature in wood and you and can you with secret use. You choose that what the radio is not going to be. You put your what can you with next? You and can you spirit sick it's like with the meta. To catch all the steps you would meant to do you creature in wood and to think that you can. All that's to do spirit sick it's like with the meta spirit significant hands. You could not feel this devil such a war with meta. Hyrule Total War. This gift to you. To you the gift.
Hello, Mr. Nygren here. Welcome to Hyrule Total War Classic Ultimate, my submod for Undying Nephalim's IceCreamMan's mod Hyrule Total War. It's based on the 2014 release of Hyrule Total War, the December 2014 release. Okay, and this is the latest version of Hyrule Total War Classic Ultimate, released on December 7th, 2023. This is the Gerudo campaign. I have restarted it. So what we just saw was the intro video for the faction. We will now exit because I had maximum volume. I couldn't speak. I had to lower it here. I could do it in the menu too, but I wanted maximum volume in the video. Now we can exit back to the menu. So in this game you can either play single player through the free from campaign here, or you can do what I do and go to multiplayer, hot free from campaign, and then you play the free from campaign here instead. It's just the same campaign, but you can control more than one faction. It has faster loading times when you end turns, and it's more stable in my opinion, but especially it's more fast. The single player campaign is the same, but the end turn times are much slower because the camera follows the AI characters. If you follow AI characters on, they follow the characters very close behind the character. It's very slow, but in hot seat it's much faster, and if you do not have the follow AI on, it's still faster when you play hot seat. You also have the freeform campaign locked alliances, which is just the same campaign, but where the alliances are locked. I usually not want to play this because there is an annoying issue with locked alliances where allies will betray you and then one turn later they will be forced back into the alliance, which is intended, but it happens all the time, which is annoying. Then we have the Hyrule Historia campaign, and there is a locked alliance version of it too. The difference otherwise between Hyrule Historia and freeform campaign is that you get some additional heroes in the Hyrule Historia campaign, and certain factions like the Order of the Wizrobe, the River Sora, the Kingdom of Icana, and the Sheikah, and the Order of... I probably said it already. So the Order of the Wizrobe, the Sheikah, Kingdom of Icana, and the River Sora, they spawn later in the game, and certain events happen later. So you won't get all the factions at once, which is at a disadvantage for the AI. I believe if the Order of the Wizrobe or the Sheikah spawn late game, as they do in the Hyrule Historia campaign, then they have a much harder time, much more difficult time building up their troops and conquering areas, because other factions are very strong when they spawn. If you play the freeform campaign instead, they spawn in the beginning of the game, so they have a much easier time, as every faction is weaker at the start of the game. Okay, but we will play the freeform campaign. Okay, and just the Gerudo. You can check the other factions here too. So we have the Kingdom of Hyrule, led by Princess Zelda 1, which is Princess Nylin Nuensen, Zelda 1. Okay, and strengths, balanced selection of units for all situations. Weaknesses, has no superior strength in any specialty. Okay, we have the Gerudo, the faction we are gonna play. We'll check them last. So the Gorons, they are led by Darunia, the Sage of Fire. Strengths, powerful infantry and unmatched siege weaponry, so they have very powerful siege. Weaknesses, lacks archers and fast cavalry. They do have bomb throwers. Okay, and then we have the Sora. Strengths, highly disciplined and organized troops with superior morale. Weaknesses, forces are slow on land and lack good durability. Leader is King Farkas, the 16th. Alright. And then we have the Kikira, the Children of the Forest. Leader is the Great Deku Tree, who also is a Sage, the Sage of the Forest. I believe Saria is the Sage of the Forest, but I believe the tree has, I think he has the title of the first sage of the forest or something like that. Okay, strengths. Large groups of well supplied soldiers do not tire easily. Weaknesses, horrible morale and poor combat training. Then we have the Goma, spiders, swarm faction. They are led by Caris the Ugly, or the Fallen Sage. Strength, massive swarms of overwhelming troops that can outmaneuver with ease. Giant Goma in the late game. So their strength in the early game is that they have a lot of numbers, like the Kokiri and the Deki Scrubs, but in the late game they have huge giant spiders that are really dangerous, that can shoot Greek fire and stuff. So they are a swarm faction, some giant insects in the late game. Okay, and then we have the Runa province, led by Mayor Bo, a loyal province of the Kingdom of Hyrule. So he is loyal to the Princess Zelda, but is an independent province of the kingdom. Strengths breeds the fastest and toughest cavalry in all of Hyrule, so their strength is the cavalry. They also have good archers. Probably their archers and the Gerudo archers and the Gerudo archers are the best in the game. They have the best cavalry, the most numerous cavalry and the most easily available cavalry. Hyrule has, I believe, more heavy cavalry but fewer numbers and can only recruit them from one area. Loduna can recruit from all areas that they hold and take. Weaknesses. Soldiers are mostly poor and unskilled farmers. Yeah, they have a very bad infantry. Yes, they lack heavy armor. Yeah. Okay, and then we have the Lanier province of the Sora, or Sora's dominion. Sora's domain. The leader is Queen Rutla, the good. And in real Zelda lore, I believe that both the Sora factions are the same faction. So this Sora faction and this one are the same in Zelda lore. This one is from the game Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 64, and this one is from the Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess on the Nintendo GameCube and the Nintendo Wii. So they are the same people but look very different from each other because they are from different Zelda games, and the original creator of Hyrule Total War, Undying Nephalim or IceCreamMan, he decided to make them two different factions because they were so vastly different from each other in their looks. And Lanier province is a province of the Sora in this faction, and an independent province, much like Oduna is to Hyrule. And yeah, strengths, access to the ocean, vast reaping mines, and well-funded soldiers. They have good economy and such, but yeah, they have a good economy. And weaknesses: standing army, prefer comfortable attire and wear little armor, so their troops are not that good. It's a very peaceful faction, feminine faction. Okay, and then we have the Deki tribes, or the Deki Scrubs in 4.6. They are led by the Deki King. They do not look like this, so the roster has been remade 3 times for Hyrule Total War. So this roster was the first one, and then Undying Nephalim remade it, and we are using the new roster that he made, and then he remade it again for his HD version of Hyrule Total War, version 4.6, and that's a completely different roster. There are 3 rosters. We are using the second one. It's a cool roster, but it's not an HD. They look different from these guys. These are more like the originals, I believe, from the Zelda games. Well, the second roster is based on fan art from DeviantArt, the DeviantArt page. And then the third roster is more like these again, but in HD. These guys were made because most of them ended up below ground, while the second roster was essentially better made to fit the battlefields and such. The third roster, well, going back to the style of these guys, had them being much larger, so they do not end up below ground. So the third roster is the best one, but we are using the second roster. Strengths. Affinity for the land gives them an edge in exploiting terrain bonuses. Weaknesses. Poor durability and easy to scare because of their small size. And their strength is their numbers, similarly to the Goma spiders and the Kokiri children of the forest. And all their units pretty much can shoot deconats from their mouths. So they are ranged, most of them. Might be some exceptions, but most of their units can shoot deconats. Most of their infantry units are both ranged and melee. Okay, and then we have the Moblins, led by King Ganon, cruel. Strengths, superior brute force and aggressive soldiers. Weaknesses, soldiers are generally unintelligent, clumsy and disorganized, but they do not use the horde formation anymore because it's unstable. No, it doesn't crash, but they tend to get stuck when entering battlefields when using the horde formations. They are using the square formation in this version of the mod. So they are the orcs and goblins of the Legend of Zelda. You see here they're general, soldier, and more numerous mobs of moblins. These are the grunts, the soldiers, and these are the mob of moblin troops. They are more like brutes, more numerous than these guys, but less disciplined. And then they have a bunch of smaller creatures too, similar to goblins, and they have some really big ones, like big moblins, similar to like trolls. So they are like the orcs and goblins of Zelda. Yeah, and then we have the Darknet Legion. The official leader is Salenbar, this guy, but the unofficial leader is Vata the Fortunate. So they are another melee faction. In the past, this army consisted of only melee units. Then they got a really weird melee unit called the Masura that is on 2 legs, but is still a cavalry unit. But they didn't have any ranged units except Tukei mercenaries that you can get from a building for, I believe, auxiliaries. But later in 4.6 they got cavalry that are on horses and a weird Kentaur cavalry unit, like the body of a lion, the face of a lion, and the body of a man and a horse. Very weird. And then they got a real cavalry unit, Darknet on a horse. So they have cavalry now, and they also have some range units like javelin throwing range units. Yeah, they are mostly infantry, and unlike the Moblins, they have a lot better hit points they can take before dying. Their hit point values are better, and they have heavier armor. The Moblins are also very strong, but these guys are stronger, better armor. The Moblins are not heavily armored for the most part, but are also a melee-based faction for the most part. Smaller units are, of course, not melee-based. And then the Gorons are also heavily armored and melee-based, but these guys are the strongest out of the 3. And I believe the Gorons are probably stronger than the Moblins in terms of their armor and such. They are more heavy, I believe, than the Moblins. Yeah. Okay, and then we have the Lizalfos, like the lizard men of Zelda. Strength, fast running, speed, allows for brutal charges and flanking tactics. Weaknesses, lacks good armor and professional training. Leader is Noded White, Queen Noded White. So this faction is good at flanking tactics, but they do not have the best troops or the largest numbers. Okay, then with the Labrina regime, led by Queen Ambi, the good. Strength, access to advanced technology, notably gunpowder. So this is the only faction with gunpowder. I mean, there are some others that have bombs, but this that they throw, the Gorons and the Uduna province. But this faction, Labrina, has actual guns and pistols. Weaknesses, horrible melee skill when guns fail to down enemies. Yeah, so they have really bad infantry. This is their general. this is their bodyguard, and they are really bad. When this unit fought the Kingdom of Hyrule's bodyguard of, I believe, one of the Zeldas, it had no chance. I believe Zelda 3's bodyguard fought against this one, and this one had no chance. Okay, and then the policemen, they are militia. Okay, and then we have the Fairies of Tarm, led by the Fairy Queen. Soldiers require no upkeep and are ageless strengths, so they have 3 basic troops, which is really good, and they're very numerous. Weakness is soldiers are frail in most regards, especially in melee. Yeah, in the original roster, but I have some new units for this faction from 4.6 that gives them a boost in melee troops. I believe the remade faction had better melee troops, and they are a mix between the old and the new now. They have mostly old units. They have a bunch of new ones too that fit. Okay, then we have the Stalfos, the undead. Stalfos means those of bones. Strengths. Undead soldiers are completely immune to all psychological effects, so they never break. The undead, they fight to the death. They also have 1 cavalry unit, and some giants, but they have 1 real cavalry unit. They have a few range units, but they are really weak, except the Skyt Lord, it's a mage. They are few, and mostly they have a bunch of different infantry units that never break. Weaknesses: soldiers are slow and lack durability. Yeah, it's an infantry-based faction, and their strength is that they never break. The leader is Lord Akaso the Harsh, this guy, formerly of Hyrule. He was a general in the Kingdom of Hyrule's army under Princess Zelda 3, who spawns at turn 91. In the Hyrule Historia campaign, you will get him on turn 91 together with Zelda 3 and General Kazak, but he will disappear whenever his undead version spawns for the Stalfos in the campaign. But in this campaign, the Freeform campaign, he will be undead from the start. Okay, and then we have the Sheikah Cadder, the ninja assassin organization of the Kingdom of Hyrule. So they are an organization under the Kingdom of Hyrule, but they are independent, led by Lord Aghanim, the Saint, and he is also the father of Princess Zelda 4 and the husband of Princess Zelda 3. Princess Zelda 3 spawns on turn 91, and Zelda 4, I believe, as an adult will spawn on turn 135 or so, I think. It's a late game, but Aghanim spawns in the early game in the Freeform campaign. If you play the Hyrule Historia campaign, he will spawn late game, I believe. Which makes sense. Okay, so strengths. Highly trained assassin-style soldiers, they are really good. The best stats in the game, but they are very few. Weaknesses, very few in numbers. So yeah, very few troops, but the best infantry in the game. Just few, so they might not win against 2 numerous enemies. Okay, and then we have the Kingdom of Icana, led by King Aigos to Icana. They are the cursed Kingdom of Icana. They used to be kind of an ape-like people, but they entered in a deal with the Dark God Majora and were cursed by the goddesses of Hyrule into their undeath form, and are forced to fight endless battles for eternity. And they arrive from a I believe from cracks in the ground from Termina into Hyrule. So they are an undead faction like the Stalfos, but unlike the Stalfos, they are not mindless zombies. They still retain their minds and such, but are cursed into undeath. It's possible in the game to uncurse the heroes, but not the troops. Okay, so that's the Kingdom of Icana. Superior soldiers in most regards. So they have a similar armor to the Kingdom of Hyrule, some differences, and it's stronger. Weaknesses: poor economy, trained troops because of barren homeland. They have a bad starting position, bad territory where they start, cursed area, hardly any terrain. Okay, and then we have the forces of the Twilight under Queen Midna. Okay, strengths. Troops have a more notable psychological impact on their enemies because they are not native to Hyrule, so they scare the native populations of Hyrule. Weaknesses. Troops are slow, uncomfortable, and tire easily in Hyrule's alien environment. They are not used to being in Hyrule. They are from the Twilight Realm, where they got banned into thousands of years ago. So the time passes differently in the realm. Thousands of years in the Twilight Realm can be very little in Hyrule, which is why when they return thousands of years later, not much has changed in Hyrule. Okay, maybe a century or so have passed in Hyrule, but not much. Okay, so they are led by Queen Midna. And then we have the forces of the Twilight under Prince Sant, the true leader of the true heir of the faction, but he got robbed of his position as king because his father, King Misrant, got killed by the Great Fairies that are the true leaders of the Twilight Realm, and they appointed Midna as the new queen, and he kind of got robbed of that position. That's why they are in a civil war. So when you place the Twilight Realm, you need to kill off the other Twilight faction first before you can go to Hyrule. Okay, strengths. True, it's the same that they as the other faction. They are just led by Prince Sant instead. Okay, then we have the Order of the Visrobe. The official leader is Nostrum, this guy, and their real leader is Hylia, the false goddess. Strengths. Success to powerful ranged spellcasters. So they are the mage faction of Hyrule. Weaknesses. Vulnerable and easy to kill in hand-to-hand fight. So they are very, very strong in ranged combat. They are the strongest, I believe, in ranged combat, if you allow them to use their mages. But they are really weak in melee. They have a few units that can fight in melee, including a heavy infantry unit. But they have a cavalry unit too, a ranged cavalry unit, and 2 siege engines, including the ancient trebuchets. But they do not have that many units that can fight in melee. So yeah, they are a ranged faction. Okay, and then we have the River Sora, led by Princess Sukuf. Strengths. Widespread and feral. Weaknesses. Poor logistics and no settlements. They do have one settlement that they start with, because without settlements they would always take a Deku area, Yugal, and I didn't want them to take that area. I prefer them taking Fort of Wings. So they start with the Storm Sora regionals too. You can't recruit any Storm Sora until the late game, I believe, with the exception of maybe their worst unit. It is similar to their own unit, but worse. Their own basic unit, the Manhunters, and their Storm Sora basic unit, I believe, I don't remember, but they are worse. Cost about the same. Okay, so this faction is very different from other factions. Same with the Sheikah and Stalfos and the Order of the Visrobe. They have the unique scripts that make them very unique to place. In this faction, essentially, when you recruit units, they spawn troops next to various rivers on the map. So they are not recruited in the cities. It's very weird. We'll certainly play them again. I started the campaign as the River Sora in August, but I updated the mod again, so I found issues and I added new strat models and such for them. So yeah, we will restart the campaign at some point. Then we have minor factions. We have the Suna, led by Master Vorde, the Horse, this guy, Lord Vorde. He's a vassal of the Dark Knight Legion, an independent vassal. Strengths. He's like he's an independent vassal. Strengths. Fine crafted weaponry and a vast wealth in gold. So they are rich, but they do not have a lot of units. They do have some good units. The Suna cigarettes and a siege engine. Weaknesses. Small standing army. Yeah, they have about 6 units in the mod, but can also use any mercenary in the game. We have the Subrosion faction led by Rosa. Strength, access to vast minerals and ores. They are also very rich. Weakness is extremely xenophobic. They only have 4 different units, but they can recruit any mercenary in the game. And their units, they have basic infantry and elite infantry, and then they have 2 cavalry. They have 2 basic infantry units. One that is numerous and one that is more professional, but still basic, and then more disciplined, I would say. And then they have an elite unit that is infantry, and then they have a cavalry unit. That's probably one of the best, if not the best, melee cavalry units in the game. Yeah, but they totally lack ranged units, and will need to hire mercenaries to get that. Then we have the Tukey, led by Princess Tylo. Strengths, none really. Weakness is extremely stupid and global. And they are available, their units, as mercenaries for any faction, vast numbers. And they are often willing to fight for others. But they have a lot of range units, like slingers and javelin throwers and such. And they have spearmen and units that jump at enemies with their heads. They have some infantry and range units, but not very good. The javelin throwers, they have bad range. For example, against the Labyrinthans, they do not have the range to win against the gunners of Labyrinth. But they do have one really competent unit, and that's their cavalry unit, the Aquadongo Jockeys, which is like their best javelin thrower unit on Aquadongos, and they throw javelins and fight with spears. So yeah, they have one good unit, and then they have a bunch of weaker units that are not as good. You can also get the Tukey slaves and the cannon fodders, 2 Labyrinthian Tukey units. If they hold Labyrinthian areas, they can recruit them from there. But those units are no longer like they were in the past with locked morale. They will break. Okay, then we have the Huskus Remnants, led by the Empress. They also have the Giant hero, Palagard. The Empress and Palagard, they are Giant, half Giants. They are not as big as some of the other Giants in the game, but they are certainly still Giants. And then they have 3 different units in the mod. All of them are infantry. The heroes are cavalry, heavy cavalry. Okay, and they can also hire any mercenary in the game. With the Huronians, led by Mayor Rule, he looks exactly like their basic soldier, medium soldier unit. Huron soldiers, they have 2 units, the Huron mystics and the Huron soldiers. The soldiers, they are basic melee infantry, or medium melee infantry. They are exactly the same in their stats as the Hylian infantry, which is their like basic infantry unit. They are better than the militia, but worse than their elite stuff. And then they have the exact same stats as the Hylian infantry. And then they have the mystics. They are more like mages, but they do not have any projectiles. Instead they chant and can boost morale of the other troops. They can also fight in melee with a mace. And they have the Mark III of Huron, which is not a general in this game. The only giant hero that isn't an actual general, which I will probably change later. Okay. They no longer have the civilians. Okay, and then we have the Uka. The real leader is the first Siege of Time, Demoko, which is the Pope in the game. You can call cleansings. Then they have the heir, Sage of Time, Ligier. Both of them do not have any models in the game, so they are not really playable. They are locked on an area that you can't reach. But their leader in the campaign that you can actually control is the commander, Ukko, who is also the leader of the Wind tribe many years later. So Queen Sirok is the same character as Ukko, and she is also the mother of Link, actually, the Hero of Time. So yeah, she's the only one with a model. They do not have the largest roster, but they have enough to be playable. So yeah, they are led by Demoko, but this is the hero that you will play as in battles and such. Your only custom hero with a model. Okay, and then with the Church of Miura, led by Dark God Miura himself. Strengths. By the way, we forgot to check one thing. Strengths, divine, godlike powers and technology. Weaknesses, no known weakness. Luke are really strong. And then we have the Church of Miura. Strengths, the Dark God Miura himself. Weaknesses, no known weakness. They are also very strong. And then we have the Gerudo. Strengths, unmatched cavalry, archers and dismounted archers. So they have the best ranged units in the game. The best the best archers and the best horse archers. Weaknesses, lack strong armor and infantry. They do not have a lot of heavy infantry, but they do have the bronze knuckles, the gold knuckles and the iron knuckles, but they have very few numbers and they are very slow too. They also have the Dire Marauders from 2 areas. They are more numerous than the others and still count as medium infantry, I believe, maybe even heavy, but they do not have, I believe they have leather armor. They are not as light as the Gerudo, but they are not as heavy as the Hylians either. Okay. Their leader in the beginning of the game is Twinroa, the fusion between 2 witches, Com and Kotok, but they also have Ganondorf. So you can get Ganondorf, can get Phantom Ganon, Phantom of Ganondorf, by conquering the Forest Temple or the Forest Meadow. I don't remember the name. Anyway, if you take that area, the Forest Temple, in the Kokiri Forest, as the Gerudo, then you'll get Phantom Ganon, which is Ganondorf, with a mounted bodyguard. So he's riding a horse, a melee horse, and light cavalry, and he has the skeleton helmet on, like in the video that you saw. But it's not real Ganondorf. If you instead wait until turn, if you play until turn 86, I believe, you'll get the real Ganondorf. He won't have the helmet, and he will have a bodyguard of I believe Vagodan and assassins, female assassins of the Gerudo in black clothes, and it's an elite infantry unit. And the original bodyguard of Ganondorf intended for a mod. I removed the helmet because I didn't want both to have the helmet. So he has slightly worse traits because of that. It has a better bodyguard, I believe. Okay. You can also get some other heroes during the game. You start with Nabura and Twinroa. And if Twinroa is ever killed and you hold Hasanadorf, you will get one out of the Wind Witches, Com and Kotak, on the map, and the other one will be also a part of that unit. So yeah, you can get the unfused versions when she dies if you hold Hasanadorf or Gerudo area. You can also get Runeka shortly after Ganondorf spawns, and you get Volveg and Daken together with Ganondorf in turn 86, I believe. Okay, so that's Gerudo. They start in the Gerudo Desert. The year is 3 before Ganon. Short campaign, hold 20 regions to win. Long campaign, hold 30 regions to win, including Hyrule proper region for 5 turns, which is the capital region of the Kingdom of Hyrule, their main enemy in the game. So the Gerudo only need to hold the capital of Hyrule and 30 other regions. In my old Gerudo campaign, started in, I believe, 2021, I had taken Hyrule and held it for over 5 turns, and I had also 15 regions, but I didn't have 30. Unfortunately, I played the Hyrule Historia campaign with locked alliances, so it became really annoying after a while. That's the main reason why I didn't continue it there. Then another reason is that I didn't have any of the new strat models and the new scripts and such in that version, so I'd rather play this version with all the strat models and new scripts and features and other stuff. Additions. yeah, the old Let's Play was based on the, I believe, October 2020 release. It were updated with the Medieval Total War Engine Oral Project tool in December 2020. It was the 2020 release. It had no new strat models, not even the ones from 2021. So yeah, this is the latest release of Hyrule Total War. It's better to use it. Okay, and as for their info, main color is orange. Religion is goddess acknowledgement, used like their enemies, King of Hyrule and their allies. Culture is barbaric. Rival factions is the Kingdom of Hyrule. Cordial factions are the Dark Knight Legion, but also the Moblins. Strengths and the Suna. Strengths, weaknesses and abilities. Archer Masters. The Gerudo are considered the best archers in all of Hyrule. They have superior archer units. Yeah. Mobile warriors. The Gerudo are a very mobile force and wear little armor. As such, they are fast but much less durable in combat. Desert natives. The Gerudo excel at combat on desert lands. Friendly neighbors. Many of the Gerudo's neighboring factions, such as the Dark Knights, Moblins and the Suna, are willing to trade and ally themselves. Yeah, they start allied with everyone but Suna. Because Suna is a minor faction, so they have a unique script. If you ally them for 10 turns, they will join you and you will get their hero, their troops and all their areas they have at the moment of when they join you. They will be assimilated into your faction. It happens to anyone that allies them for 10 turns. And because of that, we couldn't have them allied at the start with anyone. They are more likely to ally the Gerudo and the Darkness than anyone else. The Gerudo are an ancient people whom at one point in history had a vast and powerful empire. Over time, various warlords of their race began to quarrel amongst themselves to the point where their conflict spread to other races. Seeing the potential in the Gerudo, the Moblin King Ganon offered them a place in the Dominion as servants. Selfish warlords rejected his offer and declared war on the Moblins. As a result, King Ganon poisoned the Gerudo bloodline by unknown means, so that the Gerudo would never give birth to a male. After several decades, the male population of the Gerudo died off, leaving only their females in a desperate situation to restore their race. The answer to their problems were the vast resources. that the neighboring land of Hyrule provided. But unfortunately the Highlands were not so welcoming of the Gerudo. As a result of their incursion, Gerudo and the Highlands entered a long period of hostility, with only female Gerudo being born and no males. The fear that Gerudo will become extinct grows among their people with each passing day. Being a culture from a harsh land, the Gerudo themselves are a harsh people in a fight. They prefer to fight on horseback and with bows, and as such they are superior in the field of archery when in a fight. Being raised in a desert, however, has left them with little need for armor. Most Gerudo wear simple outfits with little protection. Despite the lack of Gerudo durability, they are a very potent and mobile force that should never be underestimated. We'll play with medium difficulty on. If you play on easy, other factions will be more likely to ally us and it won't be as difficult, but I think we'll have it on very hard difficulty for the maximum challenge. But the battle difficulty will be on medium, because if it's on easy, we will have an advantage. If it's on hard or very hard, they will get bonuses, so the units of the enemy will get bonuses in battle. It's unfair. We'll go for medium, so it's an even situation, but very hard here means we will be constantly attacked, but that's fine. We'll go for very hard with the Gerudo campaign. We are playing the freeform campaign without locked alliances. You do not need to watch the video again. Gerudo, so we'll read this. Welcome, leader. Those of high standing bid you welcome to your position of power. As a leader of the Gerudo people, there is information that you should be told before you seek to bring our people to their former glory. We, Gerudo, are a dying people, and our cursed homeland cannot sustain us for much longer. Do not mistake your dire situation for weakness, though. The harsh desert has made us a very strong people, and in that we have the power and ambition to assure that our homeland will not become our grave. We must expand and secure the vast resources that Hyrule to the east provides. You must not fear to bring the sword on those that would deny us. The arrogant and self-righteous Hylians are the first that come to mind. Life is dictated by strife, so fear not bringing strife to assure our survival. Despite this, there are potential allies and friends in the dangerous lands to the west and south. Do not take the Cliff Lords and the Moblins lightly. Certainly do not take their cordiality for granted. We as a people must expand or die. Our lands are running out of resources. The curse that Lord Ganon placed has all but exterminated our men and once powerful warlords. May power be with you, leader, and may you lead Gerudo to a hopeful tomorrow. Defeat is imminent. This is also not a bug. The Tuki is almost winning. If you are sitting upon a grand plan to conquer the known world, now is the time to put it into action. Another faction has better achieved world domination. It's because the Tuki, the second weakest faction in the game. Only the Hyronians are weaker. They start with, I believe, 2 areas in the game. They need 3 to win, but they need a Labyrinthine area, their capital, Lina City, and they will never succeed in taking that. But the game thinks they are about to win because they only need 1 more region. Okay, so we'll check the details. Capital city is Ashnon. Faction leader, none. Greatest general, none. Will spawn on turn 2, everyone. Generals, regions controlled 5. Cities 2. Castles 3. Battles won 0, battles lost 0. Year is 3 before Ganon. Turn number is 1. Victory conditions, all 30 regions including Hyrule Prime, the capital of the Kingdom of Hyrule. Turners remaining 177. We need to win before the time is up. We could continue playing after that, but we will not get any victory conditions achieved if that happens. We have the Sages of Hyrule here. And they belong to different factions now. We have the Lier, Sage of Time. She's heir to the Uka faction. And like a model, she represents the Husky's remnants in the council. We have our Sage of Light. He represents the Kingdom of Hyrule, the council. We have Saria, Sage of Forests, representing the Kokiri. Darunia, Sage of Fire, representing the Gorons. Root, Sage of Water, representing the Sora. Impa, Sage of Shadows, representing the Sheikah Bongo. Nabaru, Sage of Spirits, representing the Gerudo, our faction. We have Demoko, first Sage of Time. He's the Pope in the game. In the vanilla Medieval 2 game, it's a Pope, but he is the first Sage of Time here, and has the function of the Pope. He can call crusades, cleansings in this mod. He represents the Uka, and we have the first Sages, Solarazin, first Sage of Light, representing the Uruna province. He could have represented the Kingdom of Hyrule, but they decided to make him the representation for Uruna. And we have Matthias, first Sage of Fire, also representing the Gorons. Marco Baga, first Sage of Water, could have represented the Sora as well, but represents the Lanur province here. And we have the Evaline, first Sage of Shadows, representing the Sheikah Bongo too. And Kovalo, first Sage of Spirits, representing the Gerudo. Diplomacy. The Gerudo, we'll check the Uka first. His Highness Demoko, first Sage of Time. So these are the goddess-believing factions. The more Triforces the faction has, the more His Highness favors them. We have the Gerudo with maximum Triforces. And then we have the Kingdom of Hyrule with an equal amount. And we have the Gorons with only, I believe we have 10. Hyrule is 10. The Gorons have 5. Sora have 5. Kira have 5. The Runa province have 5. The Lanier province have 10. The Sheikah has 10. The Husky's remnants have 5. Then we have the Ancient Highlands. They are used for scripting features. They are not present in the game. Using the symbol of the Saxons, they never got their custom symbol. So they are not really in the game. They are used for spawning scripts and such. Yeah. Okay, and if you click here, we can try to get the first Switch of Time to order cleansing against one of the settlements in Hyrule that are of interest to the goddess worshipping factions. We have the Dead Mark Tree held by the Church of Miora. Their capital should be Miora Prime, but they couldn't change the file because it affected the Sheikah. They would crash on turn 2 if I changed the file. So instead they kept their old name, Dead Mark Tree, but it's the capital of Miora. And down there, and then we have the Kana capital, the Kingdom of Icana. Could also order cleansing against it. We have Arbiter Grounds, the area that holds the portal to the Twilight Realm. It's Midna's capital in Hyrule. I mean, she has her capital in the Twilight Realm, but this is the area that you can take in Hyrule. I will never be able to go to the Twilight Realm, so that's why they have the option to take the area where the portal is instead. Then we have the Mice, the capital of the Moblins. Dina City, the capital of the Labrina regime. Grand Central Hive, capital of the Goma Spiders. And the Deke Prime area, the capital of the Deke Scrubs. Tom Ruins, the capital of the Fairies of Tom. Sokariko, capital of the Undead Stalfos. And the Stalfos of Goma have the Will of the Goma religion, which is the replacement for the Muslim or Islam faith. And they can call jihads, which both of these factions can join. Both of them can call jihads. There are only 2 factions that can call jihads and 10 factions that can call cleansings. Okay, or join cleansings. I mean, with the cleansings, it's the Pope that calls the cleansings, but anyone can try to get the first Switch of Time to do it. With the Jihad religion or Will of Goma, it's the priests that can call cleansings more directly. And we have the alliances, the Gerudo, religion, goddess worship, reputation mixed. Allies, the Moblins, religion, lesser deity worship, so they have different religion. Relations perfect, reputation mixed. Trade rights, we have military access and they have military access. Then we have the Dark Legion, religion idolatry, relations reasonable, reputation mixed, we have trade rights and we have military access and they have military access. And the Lizard Forces an ally too. Religion, pantheon of gods, relations perfect, reputation mixed, trade rights, and we have military access and they have military access. And then we have the Ook as an ally too. And the religion, goddess worship, relations perfect, reputation immaculate, trade rights, we have military access and they have military access. And yeah, in the Hyrule Story campaign they would be locked, but not here. But the Uka alliance is not locked because they are also allied to our enemy, the Kingdom of Hyrule, and Odona province and others. Our enemies in the campaign are the rebels. They are enemies to every faction in the game. And the wild animals, they are also enemies of every other faction in the game. And then we have the undead Stalfos, who are only allied to the Goma spiders, otherwise an enemy to everyone. So yeah, we are at war with the undead. Despite Ganondorf summoning undead in the video, it's because undead, the ability to summon undead was through an item, and that item was stolen from the Gerudo and given to the Keaton cartel. I believe they stole it, probably they are thieves, bandits. And then they gave it, I believe, to Lord Casso, General Casso, if I rule. Lord Casso of the undead. And that's why he can summon undead instead in the mod. Okay, and Udurna instead of Ganondorf. Udurna province, the province of the Kingdom of Hyrule. And Kingdom of Hyrule, our main enemy. Okay. There are some events on the next turn, we will read them. Before that, we could check the construction and such. Gerudo army post. You can get glaive grants and marauders here. You can also go for the Gerudo archer range. We can get Dune archers. So I think we will go for Gerudo army post. The archer range. Alright, so we started with 5 regions. In the old Let's Play we didn't have Palador from the start, it was held by the undead. We did have Ashnon, the capital. We did have Idadorf, the spirit temple. And we did have Vinaldorf, also using the settlement of the spirit temple. Paladorf is using the same settlement as Ashnon. Okay, instead we lost, I believe, Sanadorf. We also hold Iloch here. It should probably use the settlement of this, because this is, I thought Ashnon was the area of Green of Time, but it's not, it's from a later game. This is the actual base from Green of Time. So yeah, it should use Ashnon city. But I forgot to change that before starting to play. I also want to play some changes I did in the Export.SQ unit file, where I gave all the Majora units, the demons, looked morale, and I improved their some stuff, and gave the Majora Seekers a projectile, like they have in 4.6. But the Kingdom of Hyrule campaign didn't work after I changed that file, so I restored it to the old and made a copy of the other file. So if I want to play the Kingdom of Hyrule, continue that campaign. The campaign I started in December, I believe. I'm on the 3rd episode now. Played for 8 hours or so, 9 hours. If I want to continue that campaign, I need to use the older edu file, which I'm also using here. So we can't change the settlements without deleting the .rm file, which will fuck the campaign anyway. So yeah, we will not have Iloch look like Ashnon here, but in an official update I will change this settlement to be Ashnon, and I will instead change a different settlement. Maybe this settlement will be changed to be like Ashnon instead, and this one will instead be no, this will be like Ashnon, and yeah, there might be one less of the spirit temple settlements. Yeah, maybe Sanadorf will be changed to the spirit temple instead. Could happen. If you want to balance the number of unique cities there. Okay. So this is a village. Capital counts as a city. Paladorf counts as a hamlet, which is probably even smaller than a village, yeah. And this is a city, the spirit temple. And this is a village. Alright, let's end the turn, because we want to read the events for the heroes that spawn at the beginning of the game. And we also want to read any other events, and then we'll basically restart the campaign with the other edu file, and I will just skip to where I left off in this video and continue from there. So we recorded for about an hour now, a little bit more probably. So we'll do one video that is like a prelude to the campaign. We won't read any of the welcome messages for other factions on turn 2, we'll just exit them. The reason they need to show up is because the late game heroes won't spawn for the AI, the computer, if these messages do not show up. So I had to activate them on turn 2. Otherwise, other factions controlled by the AI won't get all the cool heroes in the late game. False goddess. There is word on the street that a goddess named Hylia has appeared in Hyrule and has begun to convert poor Hylian common folk to her cause. There is not much information behind this fate, however we should keep an eye on their numbers. That's a message from a Hylian to the Kingdom of Hyrule. Ghosts of the past. We have received recent and disturbing news about strange sightings in Ikana Canyon. Excavators and farmers of Runa province have claimed to see ghostly buildings fade in and out around the ruins of Ikana. Perhaps it is just an illusion of the snowy weather down south, but we should keep an eye on the area if these sightings continue. Competent Empire. To the royal family of Hyrule, all around you the kingdom falters. Enemies are at your gates. Your own people display unrest. For generations we have protected the royal family, but you do them dishonor. I, Aghanim, and the Sheikah will take charge and clean up the mess you have made. Stay clear or you will be included with that mess. And by the way, the Sheikah under Aghanim are an ally of the Gerudo too, and the Darknuts, but they are not allied in the campaign from the start. One will have to send diplomats there and ally them if one wants them as an ally. The reason is, and that's probably not possible when you play on very hard, they are very unlikely to ally us, but they are supposed to be allied. But the reason is that they have a unique gameplay feature in the game where they start as allied to the Kingdom of Hyrule, so they can't be allied to the Gerudo at the start. Dead rumors. There have been an alarming increase in reports of the dead walking around in the countryside. While many governments considered it a hoax at first, the absurd amount of claims that have come forth may indicate that there is some truth in the matter. We should keep a close eye to this situation. If the dead are indeed rising from their graves, we could have a holy war on our hands. Alright, we will read about our own heroes. Not the others. Twinroa, Gerudo sorceress. She's the leader to start the campaign. I am Twinroa, the throne holder of the Gerudo. Ever since the last male Gerudo was wrested to the sands, I have managed our people. We must seek a means to assure our survival, and I am confident you will help me accomplish this goal. Twinroa is now serving as a general in your army. Bodyguard consists of Ashen generals. Traits: Assassin Master, Corrupt, Deceiver of Virtue, Good Diplomacy, Intelligent. Nabaru, Sage of Spirits. You may call me Nabaru. I am the Sage of Spirits. Though this profession is a secret from most of the Gerudo, I would appreciate that being confidential, and I will serve without question so long as that remains the case. Nabaru is now serving as a general in your army. Bodyguard consists of Gerudo dwarfs. Traits: Sage, Counter Spy, Just, Logistical Skill, Pragmatic, Spy Master. So the Gerudo is an evil faction, but Nabaru is a good character. I don't know about Renekka, she might be good. I think she's good. Twinroa is evil. So Kom and Kotak are evil, and Ganondorf is like the main evil guy in Zelda, next to Ganon, so yeah, he's evil. The leaders are evil, and the Sage of Spirits is good, and then Renekka, I believe, was a character from one of the games, or she's made up, but she's probably good too. More like a commander than a leader. Generic commander. Zabrosha discovered. The hidden lands of Zabrosha have been unearthed, while smoking volcanoes and horrid infertile ground are the main feature of this new territory. Zabrosha is loaded with bountiful metals and resources that would certainly bring superior wealth to the empire that claimed it. Currently the xenophobic natives occupy the land. Tog, perhaps we can talk with them and convince them to share the resources. If not, exterminating the Zabrosians should not be too big of a problem for our armies. To seek out Zabrosha, you must travel through the Samasa Desert in the northeast of Holdron. It's over here, the other side of the map. End of turn report. Alright, income 3,171, profits 192, total 10,102, expenditure 3,069, balance of power, your rating, military we are at place 11, and number 1 military in the world is the undead Stalfos military at the start of the game. Financially we are at place 20, and the Ook has the best financial situation at the start of the game. Production wise we are at place 10. Udona province has the best production in the world. Our population is the 9th largest in the world, and the Gorons have the largest one. Overall we are at place 8 in the world, and the Stalfos, the undead, have the strongest faction, the most powerful faction of overall in the world. Faction announcements, where you can see the traits and auxiliaries of the heroes. Trait increase to Twinroa, to Gerudo, Nabru of the Gerudo, 2 custom heroes we start with. Twinroa general rank increases the performance of soldiers and development of cities. And Ashnon Tyre, +1 defense, +2 authority, +2 command. Fire and Ice Gem, +1 authority, +3 unit training. Twinroa Ice Scimitar, +1 attack, +1 authority. Fire Scimitar, +3 attack, +1 authority. Witch's Broom, +2 movement points, +2 command. And the Spirit Seal, +2 authority, +1 construction. Nabru general rank increases the performance of soldiers and development of cities. And then she has the pink Gerudo outfit, +1 defense. Nabru Gerudo Scimitar, +1 attack. And Spirit Medallion of the Sage of Spirits, +1 local popularity, +1 unrest. And that's the starting traits and auxiliaries. The heroes. Then we have some constructions made. Construction report. Numerous construction projects throughout the realm have recently been completed to our highly skilled architects and tradesmen. These fine structures include: in Ashton we have a Gerudo army post, in Vilnaldorf we have a Gerudo archery range, in Idadorf we have a Gerudo army post, in Iloch we have the Gerudo army post, and in Paladorf we have the Gerudo archery range. Okay, you can get troops. Relation improved, the Dark Legion, perfect. We have some troops. Move them into Ashton. Twinroa has a new model. No, the same model but a new skin by Codeman over at the Hyrule Conquest Discord. She looks younger. Her hair doesn't have the grey bits, and because it's not hair, this is like an ice beam from one of the witches, and this is a fire beam from the other one. She still retains the grey hair on her head, but in original Hyrule Total War she had grey hair, all over this place, all over the ponytail, but because in Ocarina of Time it was magical beams, we changed that, and she also was an old hag with a really old face, and we changed the face a bit so she looks a bit younger now in battle too. She has new like ancillaries too, and the old ones, general rank. So we saw the old stuff and the new stuff, which is broom and spirit seal. It's really good stats. Bodyguard of Ashnod generals, these guys, they are good but few in numbers. Then we have Nabru, Switch of Spirits. You can hire one unit of the Marauder mercenaries here. You can get more of them from inside here because they never resupplied here or became available again. So we can get the Marauders, their basic infantry. 6 attack, 3 charge bonus, 5 defense, combat bonus in deserts, good morale, good stamina. And they have the soldiers, Legrants, 4 attack, 3 charge bonus, have verse attack, they are spearmen, they can do the skill from formation, which is good against cavalry. And they have 5 defense, same defense and same charge. They can do skill from, bonus fighting cavalry, combat bonus in deserts. These are probably better against infantry, and these are better against cavalry and such. I would still count these as better troops. And then they have their Marauders, 7 attack. So they are better. 188 of these guys, 100 of these, they are fewer in numbers. Have 1 better attack, still 3 charge bonus, 7 total defense, they have better defense than the other 2. Bonus fighting cavalry, so they're good against cavalry, excellent morale, can't hide, very good stamina. Alright, and yeah, then we have the bronze knuckles, they are 65 in a unit, 9 attack, 6 charge bonus, 9 defense, effective against armor. So armor do not matter against these guys, they strike through armor, pierce armor, crush armor with the guide mace, good morale, good stamina. They are few in numbers and they are really slow. Then with the iron knuckles, they're even better, but they're fewer in numbers, 35 in numbers. They have 14 attack, 6 charge bonus, instead of 9 attack and 6 charge bonus. They have the same charge, but way better attack, 14 defense instead of 9. 14 attack instead of 9. And then they have effective against armor, good morale, good stamina, same as the other unit. And we have the gold knuckles. And they have 32 in numbers. They lack the officers, I believe, so they are few less than the iron knuckles. They have 12 attack, 4 charge bonus, and 19 total defense. They are worse in terms of defense, attack, and charge bonus. No, they are better in defense. They have 19 defense instead of 14 and 9. So their defense is actually really good. But they have worse attack and worse charge. And they have inspires courage in nearby troops. So they are a commander unit. In a way, effective against armor, excellent morale, very good stamina. Alright. Might actually increase the numbers at some point by adding the 3 officers. They will 3 gold knuckle officers added. The other units have officers of iron knuckles, 2 of them, and 1 gold knuckle. Didn't add that to the gold knuckle units because it would be weird to have iron knuckles there. But they could have 3 units of gold knuckles to increase their numbers to the same as the iron knuckles. They'll probably change that at some point. Okay. So we will continue to build stuff, even though I will exit and restart the game, because we want the updated Majora stuff, we'll continue until Link spawns on turn 4, at least, just to see it spawn. Okay, Gerudo army post. Dune archers. We can also get the Gerudo army post stable add-on. Grants, marauders and mounted marauders. Mounted marauders, it's the same unit as the board guard of Phantom Ganon. This horse is outdated. They have a much cooler, more modern HD black horse. They have the old picture. Okay. So in the capital we can also get Volvagians. We can get some generals, 13 of them in a unit. We can hire generals too, we'll do that. Get the Volvagian and the Ashman generals. Get the Dune archers. And here we can get the 3 different knuckle units. Alright. Okay. Then we'll get some buildings. We'll go for the Dune archers to get the archery range in Ashnon. The army post in Paladorf. Here we'll go for the Gerudo archery range. Gerudo army post in Aldorf. In Loch we'll go for the archery range too. Then we'll just end the turn. So I'm not playing on the SSD drive anymore because it started to randomly disappear. It was a threat to my modding if it just disappears and I lose progress that I have done. And also I didn't want to risk playing in the middle of a video and then it just disappears. The hard drive is like disappears from the available hard drives. And then you need to take out the hard drive and clean it and then put it back in and hopefully it will show up again. That doesn't happen with the HDD hard drive that I'm using now. An older hard drive that is more stable, but it's slower too. Mirror, mirror. Rebel Gerudo forces at the Arbeiter Grounds prison have reassembled the ancient mirror used to banish the interlopers forever, and with it those vile criminals have returned to Hyrule. Prepare our defenses. Their armies are bound to bring their vengeance onto those that cast them into the mirror. Forces of the Twilight. Recently, news came to use that the interlopers entered into Hyrule. With some magic, it seems that these are indeed the descendants of the interlopers and have identified themselves as the Twilight. Their nightmarish armies do not resemble anything here in Hyrule. Should engage them with extreme caution. Royal betrayal. Seems Aghanim's words to the kingdom of Hyrule were no idle threat. The last Sheikah wizard has taken control of Gerudo and raised the banner of truth. The Sheikah have come forth from the shadows and are now running things their own way. Turn report. Same as before. Construction report. So we have some new buildings. Recruitment report. We have Volvagians in Ashenon the capital and Ashenon generals, and we have Marauders in Aloch and Glaive Grounds. Alright, we can get new buildings in Ashenon. Mounted Marauders and the Gerudo Archer Range Training Ground add-on where we can get scouts in few numbers, but they are pretty good, and ice archers who lack the unit info card. Okay, I'll check their folder if there exists a card for the unit, or if Nep forgot about the unit. It might just be that the unit has been named wrongly, then I will fix it. Okay, so we can get this building, or we can get the other buildings. Mounted scouts, mounted dune archers. From the capital, I think we'll go for mounted dune archers and mounted scouts. Here we'll go for some dune archers, marauders, since we didn't have a lot of them. And in Paladorf we are still recruiting dune archers. We can go for leather Teneer, upgrades armor padded, capable of upgrading melee weapons, we'll do that. In Idardorf, let's go for leather Teneer, need some better armor. Some new troops in Winaldorf. We shouldn't go for troops. We'll go for roads. Change my mind. We might go for the roads, so I get some money. Might be more important. Let's see. Green exchange trails. Let's go for the trails. Here we can go for the leather Teneer. We're out of money. Okay, Nabara. She has the spirit medallion. Gerudo scimitar, pink Gerudo outfit, all gear. She didn't get any new auxiliaries. Okay. Check the hero. Command, she's age 22. Command, understands the concepts of chain of command, knows little of what orders to give. Chivalry, a well-meaning warrior, still prone to barbaric ways. Loyalty, this individual is spoken of far and wide as the epitome of selfless obedience, and is universally admired for it. Pity, shows a healthy respect for their fate. General rank, we already saw that. Pink Gerudo outfit. Common pink outfit worn by Gerudo women. Gerudo scimitar, favorite weapon of the Gerudo people. Spirit medallion, otherworldly medallion, said to house the essence of a sage. Traits: awakened sage. This person has awakened as an immortal sage. It has retained their mortal form. +1 authority, +1 troop morale, immortal. can't have children. She can still be killed in battle, but not as a priest. Counter spy. This person has shown the capability to oversee a security force after having successfully located and deal with a foreign spy. +2 to public security. Improves the chances of detecting and capturing enemy agents. A sense of justice. This person's sense of justice is evident when they speaks on matters both legal and moral. +1 chivalry, +1 to law. Improves public order. And understands logistics. Knows what is needed to keep an army supplied and operational. +1 morale for all troops on the battlefield. +10% to movement points. Gives armies the ability to forced march. And no nonsense. Not open to hearing talk of divine and mystical perils that may befall us. Why have these things not happened then? +2 authority, +1 morale for all troops on the battlefield. Espionage. Has taken an interest in the field of espionage, having recruited numerous spies and agents. 10% discount on agent training costs. Any area where she is placed. Any settlement where she is being placed. Gerudo. The red-haired and amber-eyed Gerudo had long dominated much of the desert, bearing the same name. Poison introduced by the Moblin King Ganon had eliminated the ability to give birth to male Gerudo. All children were born female. Such modern Gerudo were all Amazonian individuals and had taken up the mantle of the long-dead kings and warriors. Religiously minded, shows consideration for matters of religion in both their personal and professional and personal lives. +2 pity. Okay, so that's Nabro, Siege of Spirits. That's for Twin Roa. We'll check her stuff. Ashenon attire. Outfit worn by Ashenon generals of the Gerudo army. +1 defense, +2 authority, +2 command. Fire and ice gem. Mysterious artifact that is believed to give Twin Roa their power. +1 authority, +3 unit training. Ice scimitar, favorite weapon of the Gerudo people. The dose of ice magic, +1 attack, +1 authority. Fire scimitar, favorite weapon of the Gerudo people with a dose of fire magic. +1 attack, +1 authority. Witch's broom. Witchcraft has long been wiped out from the history of Hyrule, but it was quite commonplace in the ancient day of the Gerudo Empire. There are virtually no witches' brooms left, and they are extremely sought after relics of the ancient magic cults that created them. Both Combe and Kotak retain the only two left known to have been made by the Gerudo, granting them all sorts of dark magic such as levitation, transfiguration and form fusing. +2 movement points, +2 command. Spirit seal. Centuries prior, the Gerudo held a vastly more powerful civilization, fueled by forgotten magic that could channel the spirits of the dead. Combe and Kotak were among the first to pioneer the rediscovering and practicing the lost art after unearthing long-buried temples across the desert. The fruits of their quest has granted them unnaturally long life, command over elements, and the ability to possess people and inanimate objects with spirits of the dead, like the gold knuckles or the bronze and iron knuckles. +2 authority, +1 construction. I believe the bronze knuckles and the iron knuckles have spirits that control them, placed inside, while the gold knuckles are women controlling, mixed. They are fused with the spirits instead. Traits: open to murder, willing to turn to hired blades to take out the targets that armies would struggle to reach, -1 red, 10% discount on agent training costs. Underhanded, unafraid of resorting to lowly acts to realize their ambitions. -1 loyalty, 40% decrease the cost to bribe, 20% penalty on tax income. -2 from law, has a negative effect on public order. Deceptive, this person can hold themselves in such a manner that others find it very difficult to glean when they is lying. -2 loyalty, +2 authority. Politically powerful, typically able to push other world powers into doing as they would wish. +3 authority. Genius, blessed with a superior intellect. This person's genius is an asset that they can apply to all aspects of their life. +3 command, 10% bonus on all trade income, 10% bonus on tax income. And they have the Gerudo, 1, 2, they are Gerudo. And command, on the battlefield this individual's will is always realized. They are a true master of warfare, so they are really good general. Dread, more concerned with survival than fighting honorable. So not very honorable. Loyalty, this individual is spoken of far and wide as the epitome of selfless obedience and is universally admired for it. Piety, complies with divine mandate with little apparent joy. Age is 84, or at least one of them, maybe both. They are twins, so maybe both are 84. Okay, that's the Gerudo. Let's end the turn. Link will spawn on the next turn. Don't know why it's so slow now. If it got stuck on the map, never happened before. The music is still playing, so it's fair. No, it didn't get stuck. Very good. And turn times are a little bit slower. And we are not using the SSD drive, but this hard drive is more stable. I prefer it. I don't know if I have fast forward on. Let's see if we click on space, if it will go faster or slower. Have recorded for 1 hour and 35 minutes or so. I also have the Gerudo UI user interface. It replaced the Darknet UI. You need to go to Hyrule folder and then click on the data folder and then on the UI folder and then go to the Darknet folder, and inside you will find an interface folder and a interface Gerudo folder. If you rename the interface folder into interface Darknet and then you remove the Gerudo text from the interface Gerudo, then when you load the Gerudo UI with the AUI.bat file, you will get the Gerudo UI. If you are playing on Windows 10, you can't play the game with the AI.bat file. You can only use it to select the UI, then you need to exit the game and restart it with the M2TV EOP tool or Medieval Total War and project tool. Otherwise, you will have a lot of problems in the game, like crashes in battle and such with certain units like the giant heroes and such, spiders and others, elephant units. But on a Windows 7, I can use the AI.bat file and play, and it won't crash. It can crash with spiders and giants, but it usually won't. The only two units that almost always will crash on Windows 7 without the tool are the the Shadow Bloats of the Twilight faction and the Masura Cavalry of the Dark Knight Legion. Okay. But otherwise, most units will not crash on Windows 7, but they will crash on Windows 10 if you do not use the Medieval Total War engine or Role Project tool. River Sora invasion. Several bands of River Sora have risen from the waterways across all the land. Should keep an eye on any rivers in our territory for these feral monsters. Princess Ruto's Age of Water spawned for the Sora's domain on turn 4. New General. New General is now serving the Gerudo people, my lord. Seek her out your capital. So sometimes during the campaign you get New General through a script, and then you get this message. You can also get this message when you recruit generals in the capital. When they are finished recruiting, you get this message. They have a unique model. Now, unlike in the past, we kept the soldier model. We also have the general model now, used by all the generals, and this is used by normal units, captains. Okay, end of turn report. Nothing has changed. Faction announcements. The following events have taken place within your royal noble family. Malboro, Aspiring Commander +2 command. Triforce of Courage, wielder Link. So Link is called the Triforce of Courage wielder for Gerudo. Hylian, Triforce of Courage wielder Link, Aspiring Commander +2 command. Malboro, general rank. Triforce of Courage wielder Link, general rank. Triforce of Courage wielder Link. Mirror Shield +1 defense +1 law. And Triforce of Courage wielder Link. The Master Sword +3 troop morale and +2 command. Extraction report. Venaldorf, Erdedorf and Eiloch, we have new trails, roads. Pelledorf, we have a left near. Recruitment report, we have Dune archers in Pelledorf and in Venaldorf. National, we have marauders. Relations, Vers and Udona province. Lions and Tatters, the Sheikah and the Kingdom of Hyrule. That's because they spawned. Then the alliance breaks. Lions and Tatters, the Sheikah and the Udona province. Sheikah and the Uka. So that happens to a script. We have Link over here. Spawn with the unit of marauders there. Link for the Gerudo. It's a unique look and has a mirror shield. Triforce of Courage wielder, age 25. He has retinue, the Master Sword, mirror shield. He's the only Link with the mirror shield. And general rank. General rank is the same for every hero. General. Mirror shield. The wondrous mirror shield reflected sunlight and energy at its polished surface and could illuminate evil as well. It was an indispensable tool of the Gerudo's tomb guards, +1 defense, +1 law. The Master Sword, forged by the 7 sages of Hyrule and imbued with power from Hylia, the Master Sword was Link's personal weapon that would become the legendary icon of his deeds. Sword fed on their incredible power of pure spirits, and during the blade's use, the ancient spirit known as Fi was held prisoner and trapped within the sword itself. +3 troop morale, +2 command. And command, though they are but one individual, their aura of command is powerful enough to inspire men on the battlefield. Age 25. We have 7 out of 10 stars in command. Chivalry. More noble than a mere mercenary, but hardly known as a defender of the faith. Loyalty. This individual is spoken of far and wide as the epitome of selfless obedience, and is universally admired for it. Pity shows a healthy respect for their faith. And then we have the traits. Budding bureaucrat. Seems quite capable at managing the affairs of a settlement, enough to entrust to govern efficiently. +3 bonus on all trade income. +1 to law, improves public order. Stone-faced, cold and hard enough never to think in the face of adversity. A little grim and imposing to face. +1 loyalty, 200% increase to cost to bribe. Honest, generally will choose the path of honesty and righteousness. +1 loyalty, 100% increase to cost to bribe. +2 law, improved public order. And courageous, known to embrace the act of taking on dangers as both an example to others and personal test of character. +3 morale for all troops on the battlefield. Aspiring commander, this person has shown that he has a sound set of battle tactics and the ability to command men. +2 command. Very loyal. This person prides themselves upon being unquestionably loyal, looking down at those who cannot live so honorably. +2 chivalry, +3 loyalty. Religiously minded, shows consideration for matters of religion in both their professional and personal lives. +2 pity. Hylian, same as for Hylian. The Hylians were a roughly normal humanoid race. During their time they were one of the most populous people on the face of the known world. The Hylians were rather fair-skinned and with a large variety of hair colors. They were notable for their pointed ears, of which their ancient religious texts claimed allowed them to hear the words of their gods with ease. So they are pretty much elves. Individual of the people, minus reduces unrest in settlement stationed in. Inspiring presence improves the morale of their army. And border guard is a bodyguard of tomb guards. Unique bodyguard of Link when used by the Gerudo. He only spawns, by the way. Link has two Link, the good Link, spawns for a bunch of different factions when you play as those factions. If you play as a faction that do not have Link, then he will spawn for the Kingdom of Hyrule and be controlled by the AI, the computer. But if you play as any of the factions that have good Link, then they will get Link and the others won't get him. He is unique for the players faction. So for example, if you play as the Lissalfos, a faction that do not have Link, then the computer will get Link for the Kingdom of Hyrule. But if you play as a faction that has Link, including Hyrule, then the computer won't get Link for any of the other factions. So only the player will have Link. But there is an evil Link too. It can be spawning for the Kingdom of Icana, the Church of Miura, or the Sand faction. And that Link will only spawn for Sand if you play as Sand, and will only spawn for the Icana if you play as Icana. But he will spawn for the Church of Miura if you do not play as the Church of Miura. So there are two Links present at any time, one evil and one good. And in this case we have the good Link for the Gerudo, and the evil Link will spawn for the Church of Miura. Okay, so we have Link, unique bodyguard. The Miura Link will have the bodyguard of the mounted Hyrulean Knights. Hyrule's Link have the dismounted Hyrulean Knights, and Gerudo Link, as we saw, had the Tomb Guards. Made sense. They share the shield. Alright, we can upgrade the village, Paladorf. Build roads in either dwarf. Upgrade Finaldorf into town. Build a grain exchange in Aloch. We're back in Ashanon. We're out of money. Contract recruit anything. Alright. But I think we will end here actually. No, we will do one more turn as there are some events on turn 5. Alright, troops. Essentially leave the tomb guards there. Move towards Paladorf. Lincoln's better general than Nabru. She had very bad command. Half an army there. Keep these troops here. Might need to defend against the Goma, potential enemy, and go against our allied darkness if they betray us. These troops over there too. Some glaive grants. Marauders. Alright. Don't need to move everything. Move another marauder unit too. Okay, let the glaive grant be moved. Lead the general here. Move to Naroa, to the army. All the 3 custom generals. She is even better than Link. Leader of the faction. Hyrule might attack here. We need a few more troops. We need one more. We are still recruiting troops somewhere, I believe. Doing archers, knuckles. So don't need to move anyone from there. Let's just end the turn. Could also be attacked by the Twilight faction. They might spawn 2 huge armies at some point if they win the Twilight Civil War. So yeah, we need to be prepared to defend. They spawn 2 huge armies with some good troops. Might be really dangerous to our faction in the early game. So we need some good troops. Some elite troops that can fight the Twilight Realm. We'll probably avoid attacking areas before we have at least 2 huge armies ready to fight the Twilight here. Shouldn't attack our battlegrounds before they've spawned. They have a garrison script. It's the AI. They'll spawn a huge army every time you attack. But that script will deactivate after they have actually won the Civil War. Because they need an area in Hyrule when the Civil War is over for the spawning armies to actually move. That's why they are aided by a garrison script, as long as they are fighting the civil war. When they have finished the civil war and spawned in Hyrule, they won't get a garrison script anymore. So then it's easier to take them out of the game. Then you just need to defeat the 2 spawning armies and take their area battlegrounds. They might also get an area elsewhere in Hyrule. Sandcrab Cove, Sand starting area in Hyrule, but it's usually taken by Sora or the Fairies of Tarn, so shouldn't be a problem. So what we need to do now is just read the remaining events and build up another army. Could use the armor upgrade buildings too, so our troops will get better armor. We are out of time. We need to get another army up as soon as possible. Good troops. It will be more difficult this time because the Twilight faction is actually pretty strong. They needed to have a chance in the campaign. Their spawning armies are pretty good. They have like all their troops, I believe, all the Midna stuff at least, not the Sand stuff. But the Midna stuff, including dangerous spider swarms, cavalry, Twilight spiders. They are cavalry. They are dangerous. And avatars of Miura and such. So yeah, we need 2 armies. We need some good troops in those armies too. Not just marauders and glaive grunts. We'll ignore other enemies and prepare to fight the forces of the Twilight. They usually attack the Gerudo and rebel Gerudo areas. We might take an army and go and take the forest temple so that we'll get Phantom Ganon. I might do that. Then move straight back to the Gerudo forest. We will leave ourselves open for invasion if we move there, if we only have one army. So we might need 2 armies first. We'll see. Actually, we might play this version. We don't care if the Miura units are not as strong. But when we play the Miura faction, we will use the other EDU file. Reversora invasion, more of the Reversora invasions. Undead are upon us. It seems the rumors of the Walking Dead were true. Armies of skeletal Stalfos have been confirmed to be gathering near cities, and there is no doubt that they are preparing for an attack. If we act quickly, we might be able to stop this corruption before it spreads and becomes too powerful. Regardless, this marks the dawn of a dark chapter in the history of Hyrule. End of turn report. The Duna province is now the overall strongest faction instead of the Stalfos. Okay. Faction announcements. They're Doviel, generic general, inspiring commander +2 command, and general rank. Construction report. Sea roads and Gerudo archery range has been constructed. Recruitment report. General. We have a new general, yes, they're Doviel. We have 2 units. Bronze Knuckles in Idadorf and Dune archers in Ashnon. Hostilities ceased. Order of the Visrop and Goma declared a truce. Started at war. Relations report. Kingdom of Hyrule poor and Goma Abysmal. War declared. River Sora on the Listalfos, they spawn and attack the Listalfos. War declared. River Sora on the Kingdom of Hyrule spawned and attacked there too by script. River Sora on the Deka tribes. So that still happens. They do have a starting region, so they won't actually stay and take those areas. They will go to their one area and fight there. Fort of Wings, fight the Listolfos and others. A new general here. Let's move her. We can move the general towards a lodge. Okay. I kind of want an archer unit in a lodge. But I want the bronze knuckles in this army. Kind of want a unit of Dune archers in that area too. They're good from spirit temples. Very good. They have one army ready. Move it to there. Okay. It's more important to recruit troops. So we'll go for mounted Dune archers, mounted scouts and Dune archers here. Ashnon, capital. Here we'll go for the Dire Marauders. Some better infantry. We're out of money. Okay, we will end the turn, I believe. I think I will go to army to the Forest Temple, so we can get Phantom Ganon and a new custom general that we want. He spawns with some troops as well. We'll do that. Shame that the turns take longer now on the HDD drive. Hard drive. So it'll take a while to get there. I'll ignore and bypass any enemies on the way there. Unless we are attacked. Hyrule might attack. We are on very hard now, so there's a risk that they will attack us. Alright. Could also be attacked by others. Goma is an enemy. And in the north, and then we have the Kingdom of Hyrule in the east. And Gerudo province in the south. And we can also be attacked by our allies. Dark Nuts or Suna. Suna neutral. Yeah, so there's a risk. We will try to ally the Suna, then they will join us in 10 turns. Which will be nice. I did that in the previous campaign. I played as Gerudo, where I had 15 regions conquered and held the capital of Hyrule. Still see this as one video. we take Hasanadorf, we'll get Comb and Kotek, but I kind of yeah, Twin Rowan needs to die before she spawns, so it's not worth it. So the Twilight faction under Queen Midna sent a priest, an avatar of me or a priest there. That means that they might actually plan on invading us. AI usually sends priests before they invade, so we'll have to be prepared. If they spawn, we will have to cancel the plans to go and get Phantom Ganon for now. The enemy has 2 armies. We have 1. We will probably have to weaken the borders too and gather all the troops. Try to get at least 1.5 armies. We'll see. Yeah, the end turns take way longer on an HGD drive. 2 minutes at least. Maybe 3 minutes. Way longer than on the other drive. More Riversora invasions. Promise of Magic. So on turn 6. The recent arrival of Hylia has had a tremendous impact on our people. They mean the Kingdom of Hyrule, the Highlands. A new church has established itself, called the Order of the Visrobe, promising to teach magic to Hylian common folk. In exchange for faith in their so-called deity, we must put a stop to this false goddess called Hylia and investigate into the Order of Visrobe further. So the order has spawned. This is the Priestess of Miora, Avatar of Miora, Priestess. End of turn report. Oduna has the best production and is the overall strongest faction now. They are an enemy. Construction report. Paladorf is now a village, and in Aloch we have a grain exchange. It will boost the economy. Recruitment report. In Ashton we have mounted scouts. Idadorf have gold knuckles, and in Idadorf we also have iron knuckles. Yeah, I would like those knuckles moved. What do I have there? We will in the capital. I think we'll move. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 glaive brands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 marauders. We can move out the glaive grants, I think, and move the iron and gold knuckles into the army. Now we have 5, I believe, glaive grants and 5 marauders. Would like more archers. But the Ashland generals could move out. These can also move. We'll send the mounted scouts. Cavalry horse archers, but they are few in numbers. Only 26. Replace them with the mounted dune archers later. Can also get another Norwegian unit. They're good at defending cities. Dune archers would be good. Paladorf. More dune archers. I go for the dune archers. We're out of money. These troops into Aloch. Okay, Melbourne. We want 1 general in each area, but they should be near generals. We don't want any of the important generals in cities. We can be killed if the city is taken unexpectedly. Let's just end the turn. Didn't get to move a lot because we had to move those knuckles all the way to the army from either dwarf and the dune, the scouts, mounted scouts to Gerudo scouts. So yeah, but the next turn we'll be able to move quite a lot. Twin Roa. Alright. We'll also continue the Kingdom of Hyrule campaign. I played for about 8 or 9 hours or so, 2 episodes. The first episode I had taken all the rebel areas, which I usually do. I had taken the Dodungo's Cavern from the Dodungo Wildlife faction, and I had taken the Keaton Cartel capital of Vigarglade. And in the second video, I believe that I conquered a bunch of areas in Zabrosha, took all their areas in Hyrule, and conquered the Ronian areas too, with an army under Malin, I believe, and Ashe, that were hired outside of Labrina. And then I believe that Zelda, Link, Impa, and Asrilli, and Sage of Time, Rory the Builder, they are laying siege to the Goma area. They also defeated the Order of the Visrobe and took their areas. We took the fort, and because they had no troops there, and then we took Vigarro, their capital, and we took Snow Peak, I believe they had taken before we did, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe that we also took an area of the Lanier province, Rutoval or Rutolan, can't remember. Always confused those two cities. But anyway, the area was held by large stacks of Goma spiders, and we defeated the Goma outside of the city, and then we took the city from a huge stack of Goma. So yeah, we are pretty large in that campaign. We defeated the Order, we defeated the Sheikah, and we have defeated pretty much Zabrosha. They only have the area in Zabrosha itself. And we are about to defeat the Goma. They have like 1 area or 2 left. So yeah, when we have defeated those factions, we can focus on the Gerudo and others. Yeah, as the Gerudo, we will see. We will probably have to face. The Twilight faction first before we can do anything else. But I will try to go and get Phantom Ganon, and then return to the desert with him as a hero. But if the Twilight faction spawns before we get there, we might have to cancel that and return to defend, because they have 2 huge armies and they will probably attack us on very hard because of the rebels and other factions. So we need to defend. It will be a more difficult campaign compared to in 2021, because we have more enemies now. They're stronger, and I believe I didn't play on very hard back then. It will be way more difficult now. Remember, the Labrina campaign were really difficult too in the beginning, before we got the guns. Gerudo do not have any guns, so there's a chance we might even lose the campaign. If that happens, we will replay it, but we will play on an easier difficulty. So if I lose on very hard, we will restart it on medium, I believe. But we'll try very hard now first. I felt like having a challenge. There is a risk we'll lose. We'll see. If you are attacked by many at the same time, like the Goma, the Kingdom of Hyrule, the Darkness, the Odonians, they all attack at the same time and it's violent, then we will not be able to win. Especially since the Gerudo do not have any giant heroes, unlike Labrina that had Viren and the Mark Chief Labrina that could, in the old version, could handle entire armies on their own. That's not the case anymore. So yeah, the Gerudo are underpowered compared to Labrina. End of turn report. Same as before, construction complete. Vinaldorf is a town. Recruitment report, we have mounted Dune Archers and Wolvegians. Okay. I think we will move a unit of Marauders. There's none. Move a unit into move these units over there. And I think the scouts could probably move for now. They will move over here. This rogue diplomat here. Okay, I will move the mounted Dune Archers into Finroa's army. And some more Dune Archers. Okay, we have some other stuff to do. Gerudo army post where we can get Tomb Guards. Only 4.6 unit in this version of Hyrule War for the Gerudo. And we have the Gerudo Dwarf, Inviches, and regular Ganon. All of them are infantry except the Inviches, they are mages. You can also get mounted Marauders, Elite Cavalry. Get Siege, Gerudo Catapult, and Sandblasters. So, out of these, Twilight Faction do not have any cavalry, so we'll go for the cavalry, I think. We want cavalry advantage here. That means we can't get infantry here. Can only get some of the buildings in every city. We'll go for that one. More Dune Archers are welcome. Ida Dwarf. We will instead go for Gerudo army post, so you can get the witches and the infantry. We're out of money. End turn. Made sense to get the witches from the Spirit Temple and the Tomb Guards for defending the tombs. Hopefully we can avoid the Hylian army on our march to the forest temple and avoid the Kokiri. They usually won't have any large forces there, so you can avoid their armies and just take the settlement and then leave and return to the Gerudo forest. It would be great if we might be ambushed on the way there too. We don't know. Could have used a spy or something. Played for over 2 hours now. It will be a long intro video. It's fine. Haven't had any battles still, so it won't take up that much space. If we have battles, it will take up space. So I will probably fight the forest temple in real time. That battle, because it's nice to have a battle at least in each video. I was gonna cut the video into have one prelude video and one and then start playing, but we'll see. This might be one single video. As getting Famine Ganon could be seen as part of the first video too. I would like that in the first video. That means we might have one battle too. Might have more if we are attacked. So in the wall Let's Play from 2021 and 2020, I started it in September 2020 and continued to play in 2021. So in that campaign I also played maybe one episode last year in 2023. But anyway, in that campaign I believe there were undead rebels holding Paladorf and such. Instead we have like rebels holding Hesanadorf now instead. But they are not undead, they are Gerudo. There are some changes to the map like that. Shame that the end turn times are so slow. I believe they are way faster on the SSD drive. They are slowed by the scripts of the mod. Mod has a lot of scripts in use. End of turn report. The undead are back at being the strongest overall faction in the game. Recruitment report. We have new Dune archers. Dune archers. None in the capital. Okay, we can move this unit. Don't need two, so another dwarf. Keep the one that is in either dwarf. Also move this unit. Use it as a spy. If it's a mounted unit, you can move longer each turn. Alright. We have more troops. There, twin row. You have the Suna, they're neutral. The Gom have taken that area, they're also neutral. Hylian army. Captain Volkali. Captain Sinkorde. go for a grain exchange. Paladorf. Maybe Naldorf, we can get some military buildings. Let's see here. Mounted Marauders. Mounted Scouts. Can go for the mounted Dune Archers. Feel better. Only get the basic stuff now. How many troops do we have? 3 that we can move out. 6, 9. Okay. 10, 11, 12. 12. Plus 6. That's 18. Need 2 more units, and then we have an entire army. I don't want them to be the basic stuff. Let's end the turn. Also the mounted scouts, that's 19. Okay, we need 1 more unit, then we have 2 large armies. If we gather all the troops in 1 location. Which means we have the same numbers as the Twilight. But we might still lose. Quality. Let's hope we are not attacked during the journey by the Gorm or anyone else. So yesterday I played for like 3 hours in a PlayStation game called Tearing Saga. It's like the Fire Emblem games, the older ones, but for the PlayStation, a really great game. The music is great, the story is great, tactical battles are great. I fought 3 battles where I achieved the objectives without anyone dying. I saved the game, but I didn't record because I were just play testing, which was a shame. I will need to replay all those 3 battles. I'm worried I won't do as good as well next time. And then I played 2 more battles where I lost characters. So those battles I would have replayed no matter what. But yeah, I will need to restart from where I started yesterday and replay everything because I want it on the YouTube channel. Played that game on the YouTube channel back in 2021, I think, or 2022. I think it was 2022. But I haven't played since then. So I played yesterday. I was just gonna try a battle, but I ended up playing 5 battles. And the first 3 went very, very well. But yeah, I'll need to replay. It's a difficult game. But it's a great game. Great strategy game. Mix between tactical strategy and roleplay. When it comes to the ending turns of this mod, I almost want to move back the mod and the game to the SSD drive. It would speed up the end turns a lot. But then, if you're unlucky, the game will just shut down without warning, and all of a sudden the hard drive is not present anymore in this computer. It's very annoying when that happens, especially if I'm in the middle of modding something. So, but yeah, it sucks. It's slow I should probably... No, I can't pause the NVIDIA Shadow Play Recorder. With Bandicam, I could pause the recording. Well, I could just stop recording during the end turn times and start it again after. But I think I won't do that because I did that in another game, Final Fantasy 9 IX, and then it looked like it was recording, but for some reason it didn't start recording in practice, so my video ended where I had stopped recording and never started again. Then I risk doing a lot of stuff and it's not recorded. I risk it not being recorded, which is annoying. Then I would have to replace that, which I don't like doing. So it's our turn now, very soon. Church from Yora is the last one before the rebels. The rebels have no troops pretty much. So. End of turn report. Construction report. Ashton, we have the Gerudo army post. Stable add-on and Edadorf, the Gerudo army post. In recruitment, we have Dune archers in Ashnon. On a province, we have very poor relations. Okay. Enter Hylian lands here. Here we have Princess Salavan the horse, their leader. She's hiding in the woods. It's a unit of Hylian infantry, their basic infantry. We have Routed Builder, also known as Sage of Time in the mod. Or Sage of Light actually. I think he's Sage of Time in Ocarina of Time. But he's Sage of Light here. As Ligier is Sage of Time and Demoko is first Sage of Time. He has the bodyguard of Hyrulean Maceman. We have Princess Zelda. She's age 26. Very good general. Bodyguard is cast with guards. This general is not as good, but very good loyalty. Age 82. Don't want to attack Zelda this stage. Just move past her. We're still in Hylian lands. Need to check recruitment, construction. Could go for the siege works in Ashnon. Here we'll go for military buildings, Gerudo archery range, ice archers, for the mounted scouts, and the dune archers. I think we'll go for the Gerudo archery range. So we can get some ice archers. Okay. A lodge can upgrade. Goddess and date statue or the ward. I think we'll go for the ward. We don't need that. I think we'll go for troops instead. And a lodge. We can go for another unit of dune archers. We're out of money. This unit into a lodge. Alright, and we'll end the turn. Highland army next between road here. But it's a very weak force. They wouldn't have a chance. Just the captain. So Phantom Ganon is not the real Ganondorf, he is just a phantom created by Ganondorf. It looks like Ganondorf. This is still a cool hero, we want him in the campaign. His strat model and battle model has the skeletal helmet, unlike real Ganondorf. They have different models in battle and on the map. The only difference is the skeletal helmet. I removed it for the real one on both the map and in battle. You want Ganondorf early, even if it's not the real Ganondorf. There's a lot of wasted time. The end turns. It takes 2 or 3 or 4 minutes each time. At least 2 minutes. I counted once and it took 2 minutes, but sometimes it takes longer. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, who knows, 5 minutes. It takes forever in the long run. That's one of the bad things with Medieval 2. But an SSD drive still increases the speed. I had it running on an SSD and then I had it running on an HDD and even though I had like a 20 turn advantage, I started the one on the HDD first and it had like a 20 turn advantage or a 40 turn advantage or something, and the other campaigns still catched up to it, so the SSD drive certainly helps. Naldorf Gerudo Archer Range stable add-on has been constructed, and in Paladorf I have the Grain Exchange. Dona Province is the overall strongest faction. Princess Zelda is down there. Earth 4. I'm not really interested in fighting any battles against the Highlands. We will get them out of the way. We've reached the forest. King of Hyrule, very poor relations. We increase the chance of them attacking now. Here we have a general, so this is the normal soldier, the Highland infantry model. Then I have the general model. General Thrall here, age 26, Highland infantry bodyguard. Check the buildings. Paladorf. Yeah, we could go for a market plaza. No more money. Okay. Let's go for mounted scouts in Winaldorf. We're out of money. I won't send that horse unit after the hero because it will be ambushed by Hyrule. We'll end the turn again. Takes a bit too long at the end turns. the black area there. Capital of Hyrule that we need to take and hold 5 times in order to win, but we also need 30 regions, we only have 5, so we don't need to take it right now. Alright, new general. New general is now serving the Gerudo people, my lord. Seek her out at your capital. That's a scripted general. Reveal. Spawn together with a unit of marauders. Send her. Paladorf. Oh, this is the actual general. It's not actually general. This is reveal. Reveal be centered, yeah. For 6 units. Yeah, the Arsenal General should be moved back to next turn. Okay, so we can now get siege engines. Cavalry will get for mounted marauder unit. And sand blasters. Return report. No big change. Faction announcements. Reveal. Aspiring commander plus 2 command. And general rank. Instruction report. Gerudo Archer range. Training ground add-on. And the siege works. Okay, Idadorf and there's one. Recruitment report. Vinaldorf. Mounted scouts. And a lodge doing archers. Difficult to know where things are. And we have the fog of war on. We'll move over there. We can get mercenaries here. Lead Keith Highwayman. Keith Highwayman and forest thieves. Adult Kokiri have left the forest. Taken to banditry. Keatons are also bandits. We do not have any room for them. Or nor money. Alright. We have no money, we'll end the turn. Now we've entered the forest. Kokiri forest. And we're not too far away from the Sacred Forest Meadow, the forest temple of the Kokiri. We'll probably need 2 more turns before we can lay siege to the city. I believe 1 more turn is not enough to reach the city, and then on the second turn we'll reach it, but we'll need to lay siege to it too, for 1 turn at least. So in 3 turns we will probably be fighting the battle. We'll need to wait 3 more turns, including this one. Alright, another turn, end of turn report. Nothing new. The latest sea Sword of the Visrobe has made a truce with the Moblins. Alright, grain exchange in Ashenon. Be constructed. Either dwarf can go for the siege works. They're out of money. There's the scouts. And mounted scouts. Let's go for the mounted scouts there. Okay. Twilight priests here too. Here is a passage where you can reach the Sora lands. Oh, we have the Sora in Kiri areas. We have essentially Sora Dominion Army, Sora Infantry model, the General Valito, the bodyguard of Sora Infantry, page 29, the King Farkas, the Sora. Page 47, the bodyguard of the Gerudo Riders. We have Princess Ruto. Page 25, Sora Healer bodyguard of Sora Healers. Just pass them by. Over there we have the Sacred Forest Meadow. Forest Temple, only 2 units inside. That's the area we need to take. Let's end the turn again. During the next turn we will be able to lay siege to the Forest Temple, also known as the Sacred Forest Meadow. And then we probably need to wait 1 turn before we can assault the settlement. I could be wrong, but I think it's big enough so that we need to wait at least 1 turn before we can start the battle. We'll fight the battle on the battlement too, because it's a cool custom settlement. We'll do that. Hopefully they won't reinforce it with a huge army. That will be a problem. So we only have 1 army. We don't want to waste our troops. So we need to get them back to fight the Twilight later. But we really want Phantom Ganon there. He spawns 1 turn after we have taken the area. So if we, during the next turn, we will lay siege to the area. And then it will take 1 turn before we can start the battle, and then we need to fight the battle and win it, and then we need to wait another turn before Phantom Ganon spawns. And then we need to go back to the desert. So you'll see if the Twilight will attack us before we are back or not, or if we will be ambushed by someone on the way there. So I have a second computer with Windows 10 that has like much better hard drive, an SSD hard drive with 3 terabyte of space. I would like that hard drive to be moved over to this computer, the better graphics card, because it's faster and it's stable. Never had any issues with it, and yeah, it has way more space than the SSD drive on this computer and is more reliable. But I have a lot of stuff on it. I will need to uninstall a lot of stuff, a lot of games. I might actually move over that SSD drive and then move Medieval 2 to it, so that I can play with faster end turn times but still have this computer with the better graphics and with enough room on this hard drive to maybe even install other games on Steam that would work better there. And also I believe that Windows 10 is installed on that hard drive, so that would give me Windows 10 too. And playing modern games, and I would have the better graphics card of this computer. We'll see. We'll do. Then I would have both Windows 7 and Windows 10. They would essentially ruin the other computers. I probably need to buy a new hard drive for it. We'll see. Don't really want to play as Hyrule. We might actually place her outside of the army and play as then we would place Link. Maybe we'll remove both Link and Hyrule and play as Nabra in the battle. End of turn report. The province is the world's strongest faction. Construction complete. Market Plaza in Paladorf. Recruitment report. We have mounted Marauders in Ashenon, the capital, and a Sandblaster siege unit, and mounted Scouts in Ashenon. Utility C, stopped Legion and Dodona province. Can use a catapult too. More cavalry. Okay, the army. Prefer if Nabra is leading the army. We'll attack. Lay siege. In this settlement we don't need anything but rams. Need to wait one turn. Okay, there's a move there. Control the manual. Or Gerudo, the Kokiri. Kokiri Abysmal. I will end turn again. I like the strat model of Hyrule. She has the same model in battle, but she's bigger than a normal human, so her feet is below ground because she is like replacing a normal general in the code, so it looks bad. That's why I don't want to play as Hyrule. She looks a little bit bugged, but and Link, well, he's cool, but I'd rather place Nabra here in this battle. We were lucky that here didn't have a huge army there, but we don't know if they will send troops now on their turn. It's soon their turn. And the Gorons now, and two factions. Later we'll have the Kiri. They might send reinforcements. We will see if they will do that, and if we will have to fight an army, or if they won't send any reinforcements, and we will be able to take it easily from 2 units or so. We'll see. good. They didn't send any reinforcements. So we're playing very hard. We won't be able to hold this area. We'll have to move out of the forest very soon after we get Phantom Ganon. They will just continue to spam armies. We would probably be attacked from many fronts too. So we don't want to fight too many at once. We lose our homeland if we stayed in the forest, even though the temple is easy to defend. Might be easier to defend there rather than in the desert. We are surrounded by other factions in the desert, and here we are kind of protected by the forest. If we take the forest temple, the Kokiri have a lot of troops, and we can hardly send reinforcements here. So yeah, we will probably have to move back to the desert. In the 2021 Let's Play, I never took the forest temple. I never got that far because I decided to first conquer all of the Gerudo desert, allied the Suna, and I got their units and regions and heroes too. And then I took areas from Orduna, from the Stalfos, and from the Kingdom of Hyrule. I never got to actually take any Kokiri areas. Now I decided to instead go straight for the temple, so that we can get the heroes sooner. Alright, our turn again. Very soon. Alright, end of turn report. Construction report. Have siege works at Ida Dwarf, the Spirit Temple, and the Grain Exchange at the Passion on the Capital. So, the Twilight troops haven't finished their civil war yet. That's very good news for us. We can go for a market plaza. Now we need troops. Go for the scouts. We have King Farkas, the Bon, the 16th. Sora. Alright. Oh, we have a general here, the Great Deke Tree. That was bad. Great Deke Tree. I will have to kill him. First Sage of the Forest or something. Okay, we'll have to kill him. He has a unique strat model too. Giant model on the map. Really cool model. And he has a unit of Kokiri detachments. 3 attack, 1 charge bonus, 3 defense, 123 in a unit. Expert at hitting in woods. Combat bonus in woods. Very good stamina. They're both men and women. And they have the hero Kokiri Emerald, an icon of the Kokiri and the sigil of their connection to the Great Deke Tree. The Kokiri Emerald was blessed to the head chief of the Kokiri and was used as a symbol of their authority. It was rumored that the emerald had the power to bring a spark of life to all ground. that it lay upon. +2 command, +3 happiness, +1 agriculture, and they have the general rank. Traits: Transcended Mage, age 69, excellent defender, hard justice, very cultured, inspirational speaker, genius, very good stats, very good commander. We'll see the game. Gerudo 0-0. Crazy, the game crashes. Balance of power, army strength ratio 10-3 in our favor. Nabro has an army of 2,374. Gerudo, women. Kokiri, the Kokiri, children of forest, under the great decree. The saint have 200 men. Twinro have 140. We don't allow the army to be controlled by the AI, then they will suicide Link and Twinroa. We don't want that. The only reason I don't have them in the same army is because I don't want Twinroa to be the leader or Link. Let's fight the battle on the battle map. So we need to kill the great decree. Are ranged units, and then kill their final unit. Would like to control the general in the battle. Start deployment. Let's wait. Get better weather. Start deployment and activate the Kamek mode. Now we can zoom in. So these are the Gerudo Dwarf board guard unit of Nabro. Nabro is a little bit bigger than a normal Gerudo, just like Twinroa. Her feet is below ground, but Twinroa is even bigger. She has like her knees below ground. I still think Nabro is fine. So in the older versions of Hyrule Total War, prior to the submod, heroes like Nabro and Twinroa were not generals, but were officers, so they had their own animations and looked fine. But the problem with that is that you can't use the third person mode and control them. Sometimes you can, if the general dies, and then you can control the commander a little bit, or you can switch between the general and the commander, and because they were officers, you can switch between officers and generals. But the problem is that the camera do not zoom in on officers unless the general is dead. There are exceptions where the camera zooms in on the officer from the beginning, but that's not very often where that happens. It's more like a bug when that happens. It can happen rarely. So that's why if they are officers, they will look fine, but you will hardly get to control them. If they are generals, like they are here, then they won't have their own animations. Skeletons. They will use the same as the general of the faction, and because they are bigger, taller, the models, their feet end up beneath ground. In Twinroa's case, it's even worse. But yeah, I think it's good enough. I prefer being able to control the general over not being able to do it. So these are the border guard units. Yeah, it would probably have looked better if they had been, if Naburo had been the same size as the Gerudo Dwarf. Okay, and we have an ally somewhere with Link and Twinroa. They will probably show up later in the battle. And then we have our army. Okay, but in this battle we have the forest temple. We can move in to these wooden barricades here, wooden tunnels. Move into the tunnels until we reach the area of the temple, the plaza. I believe the decree and the other unit, the detachment, will probably spawn here. There's another way into the plaza. If you start over here, go through the forest temple, but we ended up on the wrong area. So you can only move in from the other side. And Ro and Link might come from the other side. We have Darknut rams. So the Gerudo, the Suna and the Darknuts have the same rams. They are custom and they are way bigger than other rams. Okay, but I need to go and do some stuff. See you soon. Hello, Mr. Nigran here. We're back. So I'm controlling Naburu in third person using the Immersion mode or third person mode by Hit&Run. Sapiens in 2013, Hit&Run improved it in 2019. Okay, it allows us to control the general, third person. Let's start the battle. Oh, so Naburu is the same size as the Gerudo dwarf. They are also slightly taller than normal humanoids. Reinforcements Twin Roa. Spawns over there, okay. Okay, we'll move Link over here. He also has the Goddess Blessing. Your soldiers are no longer fatigued for the rest of the battle. Can only be used once per battle. Can use that. We have Twin Roa. Place her over here. She'll also run. She's the Deception ability. Twin Roa makes a target enemy attack their own allies for a period of time. Then we have Naburu. Survivalist reduces the rate of fatigue for your soldiers while the effect lasts. Alright. We are not using the M2V UP tool or the medieval Total War engine or a project tool. So you can easily switch between walking and running without issues. If you use the tool, the game can sometimes crash. Then switching between walking and running, the Immersion mode, third person mode, because that button is used for a different feature of the tool. This is very annoying. Whenever you are zoomed in on the character like this and use the button, it would crash. It's even crashed when I weren't zoomed in once or twice too. So we have the Marauders. Let's run. 3S2 like blades, Gerudo scimitars. In Ocarina of Time, the Marauders had 2 swords. Might add an armor upgrade where they get a second sword. We'll see. And then a third one where they look like the captain, where they get green clothes. I don't know, maybe. At least 2 swords. We also have the glaive grunts, the spearwomen. Real troops. They are like their basic troops. We have the Mountain Dune archers. The best horse archers in the game. The updated mount. It's been in the game since at least 2019. So it's not new. But it's much cooler than that other old horse they used to use. Seems the heroes have reached their areas. They're over there. Roa and Link. See that Finroa has a very small bodyguard, fashion on generals, while Link is a much larger bodyguard in terms of size. Tomb guards. See it Finroa there. Hair. They will reach their destinations before we reach them. Yeah. Guards are in position. There's Link. He's actually shorter than Emperor. Gerudo skin, unique shield texture. That's Link. Gerudo. He was new for February 2023. The Dune archers, best archers in the world. They are not good in melee, they have no weapon at all, they are unarmed in melee. The Dire Marauders, they are heavy infantry. They're even taller than the Gerudo. They were mercenaries in the oldest versions, but they could only recruit one and then you never got the ability to recruit them again. I decided to change that and allow them to be available as normal units from either Dwarf, the Spirit Temple, and from Moruga Goma area. Only. So from 2 areas you can recruit them, but only as the Lysselfoss or the Gerudo. Vanquishers or Glaive Grunts. Their giant siege ram. Even Nabru looks small. And next to the ram of the Dark Metal Legion. There we have Finroa, her bodyguard. Version on generals. The same size. Would probably have looked better if they had the size of normal humans. They wouldn't have had their feet below ground. Alright, so these are the generals. They also have 2 swords, green armor. Unlike the captains, they have golden decorations instead of silver. Then we have Finroa. Her hair looks more like magic now. Her real hair is still grey, but these ponytails are now ice and fire. As for her face, she looks younger, she looked older previously. In Ocarina of Time she is pretty beautiful. I mean, she's a witch. She can make up an illusion of beauty. Yeah, we can see that everything beneath the knees or beneath the ground. Because she's much bigger than a normal human. Even bigger than Nabra. Yeah, it would probably look better if they were normal size. But they looked good as generals if they were officers, but then we can't control them. I think this is fine for Nabra, but Trinrova might be returned to an officer, so she looks great instead of having half her legs beneath the ground. I like her new face. Here we have one of the tunnels where we can enter. Here are the bronze knuckles. They are also pretty tall. They are abominations, golems, imbued with the spirits of fallen male Gerudo, or fallen Gerudo women, I'm not sure. Spirits at least. Bronze knuckles. And we have the gold knuckles. They are actually women. Imbued with spirit too. Then we have the iron knuckles somewhere. The gold knuckles are faster than the others, but smaller. Iron knuckles are the biggest and most powerful ones, but their armor is not as good as the gold knuckle one. And they are fewer than the bronze knuckles. We will check survival is reduced the rate of fatigue for your soldiers while effectiveness. But enemy. Here we have the great big tree, the troops. Right. Be loose formation. Vegans could also be loose formation. Let's go to Dune. Mounted Dune archers. Don't need the rams. We only needed them to start the battle. Drop the rams. Move all the infantry into this unit too. Maybe not the better infantry. Could be one group on their own. Heroes could be one group. Okay. We'll attack with the ranged units against the tree. Let's move into the settlement. Right. Need to unleash Phantom Ganon. He's trapped in the temple. You seem to be a bit faster than the hero. Good. Start fire. Safe distance. There is the tree. Worried about the tree. Need that guy in the tree to be killed. We need them to take it out. Take a tree here. Move back. Huge. Move back. Also move in some horsemen. Won't do that now. Back. See it over there. huge tree. Had hoped that a tree would have been in their capital. It was here, of all places. Wonder they kept their garrison down. Don't need them to have fire wheel on. You can fire the tree. Other Dune archers. Trees coming back. Right, took a while to take the tree down. Send in the amount of Dune archers too. Great Deku Tree, Kokiri. Died! Perfect. And we are not fallen, the Great Deku Tree, the Saint, Kokiri. Right, great. And we don't need the Dune archers, the Manta Dune archers anymore. Enemy attachments, they are infantry. Both men and women here, boys and girls, I mean. Okay. I think we'll just could probably still. No, we will not attack with the Dune archers. attack with one unit of marauders. 2 units of marauders actually. No, we will attack with 2 units of marauders. Could probably attack with the Dune Archers too. Go for Dune Archers. Fire at the enemy. You only have 1 unit of Kokiri detachments. Probably their worst unit. Worst infantry unit. Fire from here. Killed 96% and lost 0%. Can shoot over the hills. Really handy. This settlement. Continue to fire. There are infantry arrives. Many we killed, 10%. These are the best archers in the game. Dune Archers. Here comes the Marauders. Basic infantry. Follow them. Plaza. The gear here. There is the forest temple. Here are numerous. Risk being hit by our own arrows too. Out of the way, Jesus Christ. firing, so risk hitting our own troops and hero. Extend like that because of an animation. Sure. This animation. Only 28 remaining. To attack. Killed one. So they are not real children. They are forest beings in the shape of children. Forest spirits in the shape of children. Kill there. Got bloody there. We won the battle. Good job, soldiers. Took the forest temple. Right, we won the battle. Clear victory. Nabru at 2514. Gerudo. We lost 48 women in the battle. At 2466 remaining. After the battle, enemies killed 125. And the great victory, the Saint had 125 Kokiri. Lost all of them, and he died himself. They killed 53 of our troops. Sacred Forest Meadow. 24 after Ganon. Battle statistics. So he killed 5 units with Nabru. And Marauder unit killed 61. Do not just kill 51. 61 Marauders. Okay. Undo Notch unit didn't do that well. Only killed 8. The other killed 51. Okay. Click the wrong button. I ended the recording. Now I restarted it. We were supposed to tab out. Okay, let's end. Now we just need to wait one turn for Phantom Ganon to spawn. I will destroy some buildings in the settlement to get some money. It was an epic battle. I like that settlement. Feels very epic to run around with a hero there and see the troops and such. Three died. And we took the forest temple. Let them have it. Have an army over here. 2 units. The new soldier model. Okay, resistance is futile. Sacred Forest Meadow. Reason they are bigger now is because they wanted them to fit with the rest of the factions, with the heroes of their faction. Enemy army routes, Naboro. Let's move the heroes there too. Clicked on merge units, but we didn't lose enough to lose any unit. Can save the game. It's the Gerudo campaign. Buildings. The Kira Alliance gathering. Destroy it. Forest Temple can't be destroyed. Got a state charge, we can keep it. Swiss Shrouded Fate. Gardens. Naturalistic. Destroy. This is not realistic, but it's the same fate. I will destroy it. Leather Tornado. Keep it for now. Retrain some troops. What leather tornado did they have? Padded. Upgrading melee weapons, it's the basic one. Can get some troops here too. Go for the Dune Archers. Okay, and we'll the troops that took part in the battle. Marauders. All of them have full unit size. Okay. Well, we'll increase the strength of the heroes, their bodyguards. One turn. Okay. And then we'll end the turn. So on turn 14, 15 soon. I think I will end the video very soon. This might not be one video. Depends on if I have enough space on the computer to save it as one video. I want it to be one video. Might end up being 1, 2 or 3 videos, depending on my space on the hard drive. I will probably try and move over the other SSD drive, a 3 terabit in size, I believe, to this computer. That way we will be able to have fast end turns without risking any issues with the hard drive just disappearing randomly. I believe it's more stable than on the other computer. It's a larger drive. It's not small like the one that is unstable used by this computer. I don't dare have the game on it because I risk losing stuff. It can just disappear when I play or when I mod especially. But the other one seems stable. It's never happened. So yeah, that one I think should be moved to this computer. I also need some space for videos and such. I have a lot of space there. Then I need a different one for the other computer. So we'll see. Kill the leader of the Kiri in the first battle. Right, a new turn very soon. Alright, end of turn report. Sora is the largest population now instead of the Gorons. Faction announcements. Phantom Ganon has spawned. Great Commander +4 command. Phantom Ganon. Merciless Mauler +3 dread. Phantom Ganon general rank. Phantom Ganon skeletal helm +1 authority +1 defense. Phantom Ganon Warlords cape +1 authority. Phantom Ganon Gerudo Warlord armor +3 defense. Phantom Ganon Sora Trident Suna Trident +2 attack. Phantom Ganon Gerudo Scimitar +1 attack. Extraction complete. Gerudo archery range. Forest temple. Recruitment report. Mounted Dune archers, scouts. Gerudo dwarf retrained. Tomb guards retrained, and Ashen generals retrained. Bodyguards of heroes. Hostilities cease. Dark Knight Legion, the Kingdom of Hyrule. That's not good. That means they might be planning on betraying us, the Dark Knights. Relations worsen. The forces of the Twilight. We have abysmal relations. We need to return to the forest. We have a unit of Wind Witches here. Spawn with Phantom Ganon. So this is Phantom Ganon. Age 83. It doesn't have exactly the same stats as Ganondorf. Command. He has 7 stars in command. Though they are but one individual, their hour of command is powerful enough to inspire men on the battlefield. Dread has a habit of unnerving seasoned opponents with their overly grisly ways. Loyalty, and this individual's master commands them. He knows that will be done. They shall be die trying. Pity complies with divine mandate with little apparent joy. General rank, skeletal helm, imposing helmet carved out of a skull, +1 authority, +1 defense. Warlords cape, cape worn by Gerudo Warlords, +1 authority. Gerudo Warlord armor, armor worn by Gerudo Warlords, +3 defense. Suna trident, ornamental trident crafted by the Suna, +2 attack. Gerudo scimitar, favorite weapon of Gerudo people, +1 attack. Traits, firm ruler. This person believes that exerting authority is necessary to maintain order. +1 unrest has a negative effect on public order, +2 to law, improve public order. Dauntless. Fear is not something that troubles this person. He will valiantly accept grim orders without complaint. +2 morale for all troops on the battlefield. Convincing. Understands the basic principles of how to craft a lie, avoiding over embellishment. +1 loyalty, -1 loyalty, +1 authority. Prolific. This person cannot indulge in carnal pleasures, lawful or otherwise, without a woman's belly giving them away months later. Increases the chance of having children. Yeah, makes sense. He has a lot of women and no man besides himself. Leader of the mob. Kind of person who can champion the people with words. Belief in their ability and ideals. Absolute. +2 authority, +4 popularity. Improves public order. +2 to unrest. Has a negative effect on public order. Merciless Mauler. This person is not beneath mutilating a fallen foe to make their next enemy lose their nerve. +3 dread. Great commander. This person boasts a proud legacy of decisive command in battle. Reliable and effective, +4 command. Age 83. That's probably not accurate. Anyway. Can leave a unit of marauders and a unit of lay grants here. And move the others out. Leave these two. Go for another building there too. That Huskus. A Huskus diplomat actually. And then we have King Sora here. Oh well. And neutral. Can't move anymore this time. Left 2 units here, including 1 unit that had lost some troops. So our worst general is Nabru out of these, and Link comes slightly above her, and then Phantom Ganon and Finro is the best one. Generals in this game, this mod, I mean, in Hyrule Total War and Hyrule Total War Classic Ultimate do not age, so they won't die for old age. Okay, what about the buildings over here? I think we want Merchant, we can go for that for sure. No, we'll go for troops if we can. So, in Ida Dwarf, want the ice archers. They are costly. Same with the wind witches. Okay, could go for the tomb guards there. They're pretty good. Dwarf. Another scout unit too. Move a unit of Dune archers to the capital. Twilight faction has priests in 3 areas out of 5 that we control. They will attack us soon. Okay. More troops. Paladorf. Half an army there now. Under General Roviel. Keep these troops here in case we're attacked by the darkness. The Goma. The frontier. Might also be attacked from here by the Goma. Or from the Suna over here. But we don't need more troops there. Capital also has half an army. Hyrule might attack this area. General. There's Doviel there. Okay. Can move back. Let's see. Half an army. Could use some glaive guards there. Let's move that unit out there. Move the marauders over there. And if we are attacked at one of the locations, we will move the rest, the other half there. We need half an army in both areas. Ada dwarf can be weak. I don't think the Goma will attack anything soon. Could be wrong. Here we have a Stalfos undead priest. Alright, we can't do anything more right now. Twilight faction might attack 3 areas. Okay, let's end the turn. We'll continue until we're back. In Gerudo lands. Oh, a Highland army outside of a lodge there. They will certainly attack. They are laying siege. Okay. We'll end before the battle then. We'll certainly lose the forest temple sooner or later. It would be too difficult to hold it anyway, even with an army. As we are surrounded by enemies. Better to build up our faction in the Gerudo lands first and then strike out. Like we did in the previous Let's Play. army is quite large. It's not the full force, but it's about middle, at least. Or maybe not. Could be wrong. It's about half, I think. I think we'll win that battle if they do not send reinforcements. Husky's remnants. Trade is the first step to mutual benefit. So let us take it together. Their offers trade rights and map information. I will accept. By the way, what about an alliance? Okay, alliance, map information. Okay, they didn't agree. If you get an alliance with the Huskies, then in 10 turns they will assimilate into our faction and we get their heroes, their troops and their areas. We only have one area, but we'll probably take they sometimes take areas with their guidance too. So it would be good to get them to assimilate. Offer a surrender. Prince Sant is dead. You are in a prime position to offer his forces as to surrender. Do you spare the lives of his enemies, of his armies? Yes. And then on the next turn they will spawn a lot of troops. And they have 2 full stacks then. Highland Army, swordsman recruits, mounted recruits, 10 guards, the reversed unit, Hyrulean knights, and Hyrulean infantry. These are like basic militia, and this is like militia unit 2, but better at fighting infantry. And this one is better against cavalry probably. And then this one is their basic troops, they are better than those. And then these ones are even better, they are elite. One of the worst elite units. We have Glagrants, Marauders, Dune Archers and Mounted Scouts. I think we will be able to defeat this army for sure. Diplomatic information. Following factions have declared following factions are now at war with each other. The Kingdom of Icana, the Cursed Kingdom, and the Oduna province of Hyrule. Following factions have declared truce. Order of the Visra and the Church of Miora, Fairies of Tarm and the Stalfos undead, and the Deker Scrubs and Stalfos undead. Relations versus Goma, very poor. We have catapults in Ashnon, scouts in Ida Dwarf. Construction complete, Gerudo army post, the Secret Forest Meadow. End of turn report. Duna is the strongest of all faction. Settlement besiege Aloch, Kingdom of Hyrule. Need to recruit troops. Need more ranged troops. capital. Let's see. More archers would be good. Play grants. Okay. That's enough for now. Could build a ward there. Oh, we can get more troops here. Have no money. So I guess not. Let's move over there. Maybe during the next turn we will hire more troops. Hyrule might attack now. We'll see. It's in the turn we are out of money. Let's see if Hyrule will attack a lot. If not, the Twilight will spawn. Good, they didn't attack. Really need the army in the homeland. Now that the Twilight Civil War is over, they will spawn huge armies now during the next turn. Might take a while before they attack us. They will take a Senador from the rebels and maybe Parappa from rebel troops towards the Alphas troops, and then they might attack us too. Then they will go for Ashnon or Paladorf. They are closest to the Arbeiter Grounds area where they spawn. We played for 5 hours now, 5.5 hours maybe. Not certain. Or recorded for that long. We count the faction selection stuff too. That took probably an hour, so 4 hours, 4.5 hours of playing, and 1 hour of faction selection stuff. will hire some mercenaries. But the elite Keaton highwaymen are very costly, so we don't want them. We want the normal Keatons and the forest thieves. Right, so now turn again. Go and eat soon, dinner. Yeah. So on turn 17 very soon. Sand's armies are spared. You have chosen to spare Sand's armies. They join forces with yours, though they do so with disdain. Unrest within your empire might be on the rise in the near future. So that's a message to Queen Midna of the forces of the Twilight. Alright. Spawn either this turn or during the next turn. Really still laying siege. Stealth diplomat here. Hire 2 mercenaries. Restore link that army. Keaton highwaymen. They are 82 in a unit, so not too few. Attack 6, 2 charge bonus, 6 total defense. They are very fast too. Can hide anywhere. Good morale, very good stamina. Upkeep 25, not too costly. And forest thieves, they are fewer, only 20. They have the same upkeep, so it's more worth it to hire the Keaton highwaymen, but I want one unit of forest thieves too. Female here that have left the forest, taken up banditry, and when they leave the forest, they, according to Zelda lore, they stop being kids and grow up. But in this mod they are not really kids, they are spirits in the shape of kids. Okay, and then we had the elite highwaymen too. They have a higher upkeep, better stats, and are more numerous. They are too costly. So over there, the heroes and their army. Move these two back to the Gerudo desert. Didn't have enough money to hire any more. End the turn. The Kingdom of Hyrule decided to strike. You're defended by a general here, Gerudo, and a General Daredevil, 113 Gerudo females, women. Kingdom of Hyrule under Captain Yarton, with 932 men, we have the upper hand. Balance of power, armor strength ratio 9-8 in our favor. 1 unit of swordsman recruits, 2 units of Highland infantry, 1 unit of town guards, 2 units of mounted recruits, and 1 unit of Hyrulean knights, and they didn't have any generals, 3 rams, 1 ladder, and 1 siege tower. Save the game. Gerudo 2. And here is where I will end this video. Continue during the next time. Before we end, we'll use the sheet to check the map. As far as I can see, Twilight faction only has 1 area still. We have a priest outside of Xanadorf held by rebel Gerudo, and it's under siege by the Uronian army. Heroes have spawned. We have a huge army here under Captain Slidna, the force of the Twilight, marching towards Paladorf, and another huge army here under Captain Corant. And then we have the 2 heroes, Una the Brave, Great Veruna, and Queen Minna. They might actually have, I don't know if this is a very small force, I think. Same it is, like 1 or 2 units. The 2 great armies are here outside of our battlegrounds. They haven't yet started to move. Queen Minna herself and Great Veruna will either move towards this area if the Uronians fail to take it, or they will move towards the player. That's more likely, I think. One army will move towards our capital and the other towards Paladorf, I'm pretty sure. You can also see that Midna has conquered the Twilight Realm. The Librarians have taken 2 areas from Rebel Tukey, and the River Sora still holds their capital. Kingdom of Icana has started to expand. Goma have taken 1 area from Hyrule, or Rebels probably. And your province have taken 1 area at least from Rebel Gorons. Fairies of Tarm have taken some Rebel areas here from Wildlife Rebels. The Elves Undead are pretty strong. Moblins are also pretty strong. Darkness haven't united yet. Right. First we need to handle Kingdom of Hyrule. So thank you for watching and see you in the next video. Bye.